Chapter 943. The 7 swords of the Tao League had complicated expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that they would have to pay such a heavy price just to deal with Zuoxiao Duo and not kill him? A heavenly king had fallen because of this. What's more, this matter was only half over. Because the astral soul's mainland, who were the victims, had yet to make a sound. They were still silent. No one would think that they would stop and put this matter aside. Taoist Master Thunder's face was completely gloomy. The other 6 people also had heavy expressions on their faces. That person's cultivation could still be on par with the flood who had broken through to the next realm. This explosive news was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. It was heavy in their hearts. This matter had changed so much. It was really hard to say what direction it would take. Taoist Master Thunder felt a headache coming on. He looked at the others and felt that they had never felt so powerless in tens of thousands of years. Think about it yourselves. How should this matter end? It definitely won't end like this. Taoist Master Thunder's face was dark. The others also had dark faces. Taoist Master Rain suddenly frowned and said, "The flood which didn't finish her sentence just now. It's very intriguing." What sentence? When the flood which smashed her hammer, her last sentence was, "If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you." These few words? Taoist Master Rain frowned and said, "Or some other pronunciation. What does that mean?" "If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you?" Taoist Master Cloud said with a dark face, "Could it be? If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you?" She didn't finish? Doesn't seem like it. This is a flat sound. "If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you." The few of them stroked their beards and pondered, their brows tightly knitted. "What? Fuck you." Taoist Master Thunder was furious. "The situation is already so urgent. Why are you all thinking about Flood's bullshit instead of thinking about how to reorganize your clans? Just those 5 words, profound words?" The other 6 people's faces were covered in dirt from his scolding. They looked embarrassed and couldn't argue. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that it was useless to think about it. Especially the Feng and Yun clan. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Taoist Thunder said angrily, "Are you going to destroy a few more of our heavenly kings for the sake of your juniors? There's definitely something wrong with your usual education." Taoist Yun's face darkened with rage. Looking at the scattered flesh and blood, looking at the 8 guards who were slowly waking up, he only felt pain in his heart. This heavenly king was from the Yun family. He could be said to be the rising star of the Yun family, an existence akin to the stabilizing force of the sea. Now, he had died just like that. It was too unjust. Keep an eye on your own family. If something like this happens again in the future, let your family's heavenly king accept the punishment and die. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Don't implicate unrelated people. Taoist Thunder said harshly with a dark face. He didn't say anything else and just left. The others also left. One by one, they scattered like flowing stars and clouds, quickly rushing back to their respective families. This time, they had to go back and give an explanation. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, they would have to hand over a heavenly king to apologize. How many heavenly kings did a family have? There were 2 clans with the best luck, while the rest only had 1. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 more heavenly king realm cultivators. However, to reach the heavenly king realm, one's cultivation level was not the only thing that mattered. This kind of mistake could not be made again no matter what. At the scene, only Feng and Yun were left. The 2 of them looked at each other with dismay written all over their faces. They really thought that the flood which would not be so angry at a time like this. But they never thought that the rebound this time would be so huge. It was so overwhelming. It was so hysterical. It was as if their bottom line had been directly touched. They immediately counterattacked, extreme counterattack, that if they had known this would happen, they would not have done it in the first place. Lunatic. Taoist Feng looked up to the sky and sighed. Taoist Yun's face was dark, and his heart was bleeding. He took out a spirit pill and fed it to the 8 guards. "How is it?" "It's the same. Anyone who is injured by the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer." Their foundation is destroyed, their origin is damaged, and their martial path is hopeless. Unless they can find a heart of stars and heal them. Taoist Yun's face was dark. But these injuries were caused by the Flood Witch's full strength. Even a heart of stars may not be able to heal them. Only a heart of stars of the highest quality can hope to heal them. Taoist Feng was silent. If that was the case, these 8 people were basically crippled. The guards of a heavenly king were not ordinary experts. Most of them were personal subordinates left behind by the heavenly king during the process of his rise. Every one of them was a true expert. The guards of a heavenly king were at the Tao integration realm. Occasionally, there would be Skysoar cultivators among them, but apart from being at the peak of the Skysoar realm, they had to be geniuses who had suppressed their cultivation at least 8 times when they were in the returning to profound realm. In fact, they would definitely be able to break through to the Tao integration realm in the future. Only then were they qualified to be in such a position. In other words, most of the guards of a heavenly king were qualified to compete for the position of heavenly king in the future. Perhaps one day they would stand out. But now 8 of them were crippled. Although such a loss could not compare to the loss of a true heavenly king, it was still too great a loss and was extremely painful. I'll take them back to the Yun clan. Taoist Yun's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There's something fishy about this matter. Have we been used by someone? The 2 of them, together with the 8 seriously injured guards, rushed towards the white-haired mountain, whistling through the wind and clouds. That at this moment, the higher-ups of the Feng and Yun clans were gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The news of the Flood Witch's display of invincible might had yet to spread to them. Everyone was worried. Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were all geniuses of their clans, rising stars of the younger generation. But now they were all lying there on the verge of death, unconscious. The injuries on their bodies were worsening, festering, and decaying bit by bit. Everyone had already thought of all ways and means. Even the Saint Soul water that could purify the soul and the 9 heaven spirit spring that was said to be able to purify all filth could only alleviate the symptoms temporarily. After a short period of time, they started to rot again. By now, the skin and flesh of these 4 people were almost completely rotten. Their faces were full of holes, their bodies, legs, arms, that as for their lower body, there was no need to mention it. The lump hanging there was long gone, and on top of that at the back, there was another that at the front. After much consideration, everyone chose to use the 9 heaven spirit spring water to rub on their bodies bit by bit. Finally, they managed to protect their heads and hearts from being invaded by that strange decaying force. As for the rest, they really could not care so much. In any case, the Feng and Yun clans had countless young disciples, so there was no need to worry about the end of the line. Oh, what they needed to urgently consider now was, why did this happen? What exactly was going on? Why did he lose 8 Skysoars in a single trip? And why did the 4 young masters all become like this? We know that you went to deal with esteemed Ling Xian, but isn't this situation too miserable? What was the cause and effect of this? Furthermore, after Yunichen came back and said that they had fallen into a trap, but the person behind it was most likely not Zhuoxiao Duo, the higher-ups of the Feng and Yun clans couldn't help but feel even more furious. Fallen into a trap? Who was the mastermind behind it? How did they scheme in the meantime? As for why it wasn't Zhuoxiao Duo, Taoist Yun had a very good reason. I've checked the poison. Although I can't completely identify the source of the poison, I can still confirm a few of its components. That poison is a mixed poison. Not only is there no sign of using poison to subdue poison, there is no sign of them restraining each other. Instead, there is a sign of extreme destruction. Such a method of using poison is definitely not something that a mere Zhuoxiao Duo can possess. Moreover, the poison that I have identified so far includes the heaven-burning poison, the soul-burning poison, the corpse-rotting poison, and the ghost domain poison. There are definitely other poisons. It is a pity that my knowledge is limited and I am unable to identify all of them from the remnants. Zhuoxiao Duo doesn't even have the qualifications to possess one of these poisons, let alone all of them. Actually, in my opinion, it's a waste to use these poisons to deal with Yun Piaoliu and the others. We only need to use a few of them to achieve the same strategic goal. Furthermore, according to what I saw on the battlefield, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know the effects of the poison at all. He must have used it more than twice in a row, which is a huge waste. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a waste of natural resources. But it also indirectly proves that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know the effects of the poison and how precious it was. In my opinion, the only person in this world who has such a method of poisoning, who can collect so many kinds of strange poisons and make them into such a poison, is the non-poisonous sorcerer. And Zhou Xiaoduo. How could he have anything to do with the non-poisonous sorcerer? He's the #1 human favor token in the continent of astral souls. How could he have anything to do with the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance? Not to mention that the non-poisonous sorcerer has always been good at explaining things in simple terms. He rarely leaves the territory of the Umno Alliance. It's basically impossible for him to have anything to do with Zhou Xiaoduo. I'm more inclined to believe what Zhou Xiaoduo said. Someone else arranged this behind the scenes. It's probably not a lie. In other words, there must be other forces and other people between the two sides. So, at least in my opinion, the key question now should be the person behind the scenes. Yun Yichen's voice sounded tired and weak, but what he said lifted everyone's spirits and made them fall into deep contemplation. Now, only when the four of them wake up, can we figure out whether there's really someone else behind the scenes. If there's someone else, then Zhou Xiaoduo didn't lie. We can target this person and the forces behind him. In this way, the responsibility of the human favor token will be reduced, and there will be a lot of room for mediation. Chapter 944. But if he didn't, it means that Zhou Xiaoduo lied. But if Zhou Xiaoduo lied, regardless of the reason, the consequences won't be worse for us. After all, based on the current situation, this matter is definitely related to the non-poisonous shaman. When the time comes, we can deal with Zhou Xiaoduo directly. We have a good reason to do so, because colluding with the non-poisonous shaman of the Umno Alliance is an absolute betrayal to the astral soul's mainland. Our two continents are allies, so it's perfectly justifiable for us to go after the traitors. If that's the case, we can do whatever we want when the time comes. We have a good reason to do so. Someone suggested, then why don't we just ignore the investigation and use this reason to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo? We can even use this to erase our mistake in dealing with the esteemed master of human favor. After all, we're dealing with the traitors who colluded with the non-poisonous shaman. How's that possible? The higher-ups of the astral soul's mainland aren't pushovers. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo didn't instigate it, they'll be able to find out in a matter of minutes. At that time, if we use this reason to frame the esteemed master of human favor, we'll be dealt with both new and old debts. The only flaw that Zhou Xiaoduo has revealed, or rather, the only thing we can use, is the poison. We're also the ones who said that the non-poisonous shaman is involved, so this explanation might not hold water. If it's completely overturned, we'll be in an even more passive position. Yun Yichen analyzed in greater detail. Everyone nodded in agreement. His words made sense. At this moment, a voice sneered, "You know that we'll be in an even more passive position? Looks like you're quite clear-headed." Everyone turned to see two old Taoists in apricot yellow robes walking in with the demeanor of immortals. However, both of their faces were filled with anger. They were Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun. "Greetings, forefathers." The people from House Feng and House Feng immediately knelt on the ground. To them, these two were true patriarchs, and all of them were descendants of these two. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun walked in with angry faces. After a few words, they had figured out the situation. After all this time, what's the reason for this? We still haven't found the reason? The two Taoists were almost mad. Did you grow up eating shit? This sentence had been lingering in their hearts for a long time, but they couldn't say it because they were forefathers. Let me take a look. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun's eyes, pupils, they looked at each other, and the first thing they thought of was the poisonous shaman. Only the non-poisonous shaman could create such an extremely vicious and yet, at the same time, is completely. Taoist Feng sighed, "You need the 9 transformation spirit pill to have a chance. St. The big boss lays that required luck. Up until now, Thunder Taoist had only refined 3 furnaces of 9 transformation golden pills in the past 37,000 years. In the process of refining these 9 transformation golden pills, the furnaces had exploded 3 times, which was an average of 1 explosion per time. As for the cauldrons that didn't succeed in refining golden transformation pills, they had exploded countless times. It was obvious how precious the golden transformation pills were. To take out 4 of them at once, that even Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun couldn't take out such a number. Even if they could, they wouldn't bear to. After all, golden transformation pills were of great use to their realm. It wasn't worth it to use it to save 4 juniors who were only at the God Royal Mystic realm. Even if they were geniuses, it still wasn't worth it. Give each of them an golden transformation pill. Let's save their lives first, but their injuries. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun sighed. This poison's too vicious. I'm afraid there's no hope of curing it. The 4 young masters' mother wiped her tears. Doesn't that mean my sons will become eunuchs? From sons to daughters. This change was a little too big. Taoist Yun took out 2 golden transformation pills. He ground them, dissolved them with spiritual water, and fed them to the 4 of them. The golden transformation pills' effects were miraculous. Not long after, the 4 of them woke up. Then, as they spoke, from the beginning to the end, the 2 families were left speechless. As expected, they acted on their own and wanted to take the credit for themselves. However, the purpose was no longer important. In the end, it was obvious that they couldn't do it anymore. They should have run early, but they still chose to fight. Why did you suggest a fight? At that time, we got insiders' information and knew all the details of the other parties. It's rare to turn the situation around, so we naturally wouldn't give up. How did you get the information? Someone sent us information, a note. A note? The group of old foxes couldn't help but sigh again. There's actually another person who set this up. There's really a mastermind. Someone gave you a note, and you believed it? Why didn't he contact you earlier or later? Why did he have to contact you at such a delicate moment? You believed him just like that? Yun family's patriarch was so angry that he was trembling. That person was obviously afraid that you'd run away, so he ruined his plan. That's why he gave you the so-called information, giving you the illusion that everything was under his control. Yet, the 4 of you didn't know that it was a trap, and even smugly suggested a fight. You stepped into the other party's trap, and after that, you still had to stand there obediently, waiting for him to poison you. Everyone was speechless. Now that he said that, everyone understood. This was really a trap. The person who set this up in the dark had long planned to destroy the Tao League's power. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was deteriorating, he quickly came out and sent the information, allowing the 2 sides to continue fighting until the Tao League side was completely destroyed. The other party grasped the idea of the 4 young masters of the Tao League wanting to gain merit and rise to the top, and set up this trap to destroy them. When one side proposed a fight, the other side immediately accepted it. Zhuo Duo even suggested a fight with all the members. This way of fighting seemed to be greatly disadvantageous to their side. Naturally, Zhuo Duo wasn't afraid. Zhuo Duo had a big killing weapon in his hands. Then, because they were the ones who initiated the fight, there was no room for retreat. Therefore, a big fight with all the members was formed. Another key point of this game was that the other party wouldn't take it seriously at all. After a few words of persuasion, he started to poison them. On the other side, they were still foolishly arranging their troops in formation, waiting for the final decisive battle where the blades and spears would collide with each other. Each and every one of them was well behaved and lined up neatly. Then, the other party calmly released poison on the neatly arranged troops. Therefore, the other side was taken away in one wave without any resistance. What the fuck? After understanding the cause and effect, all the higher-ups of the 2 families were speechless for a long time. Such a strange thing actually happened. Even until now, the other party is still looking for trouble with us. Because we sent the flying heavens to deal with the people on the human token, we did all the things we shouldn't have done. This time, we're really going to die with everlasting regret. I'd like to see who's so scheming, double quotes. Too vicious. Simply. Everyone gasped in amazement. The person who set this up in the dark took advantage of human nature, psychology, environment, and situation to the extreme. And the person didn't show up at all. Who is this person? Family head Yun only felt his blood pressure rising, and a wave of dizziness surged in his head. Luckily, I don't have a heart disease. Otherwise, I'd definitely be angered to death by these bastards. If I really die here, I'll be the weirdest person in the world. Yun Pialiu mumbled. Yun Pialiu's mouth was rotten into a hole, and his words were vague. Where's the note? Family head Yun was about to go crazy. If it weren't for the presence of the old ancestor, family head Yun really wanted to tear Yun Pialiu into pieces right now. How infuriating! How could there be such a blockhead in this world? Moreover, he had appeared in his own home and even caused such a huge disaster. It's in the spatial ring. At this point, Yun Pialiu finally felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away. Otherwise, looking at the situation today, he might have been beaten to death. Finally, the source of all the misfortune had been found. With the note in hand, Taoist Yun immediately issued a death order. Even if we have to search the entire continent, we still have to find him. You have to find out who wrote this note for me. If you can't find it, then the Wind and Cloud clans don't need to live. This is the first time in my life that I've suffered such humiliation. Taoist Yun was truly driven mad. It was indeed a conspiracy. Sure enough, he had been set up and used. As expected. How vicious. Because of this piece of paper, the Yun family had lost a pillar that supported the heavens. A heavenly king, one of the top powerhouses in the Tao League, had been buried because of this piece of paper. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Patriarch Yun ordered with a black face. Immediately, someone took out the crumpled piece of paper to make copies. Make 1,000,000 copies. Go find. The people from the Yun and Feng families had already gone crazy. They had been played too ruthlessly. If they couldn't find a way to vent, the two families felt that they would vomit to death. Finally, it was over. Walking out of the room of the 4 young masters who were still rotting, Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng both felt like they had a cerebral hemorrhage. How could they raise such a thing? Were they still human? People often said that they were scamming their fathers. This wasn't just scamming their fathers, it was directly scamming their ancestors. Just one scam and they had destroyed their own foundation. They really wanted to kill them. Let's prepare for the funeral. Taoist Yun sighed softly, his expression indescribably desolate. Chapter 945. Patriarch Yun and many of the elders were shocked. Old ancestor. What kind of funeral is this? They thought to themselves, isn't it just the death of those 8 Skysoar experts? Even if it's to buy people's hearts, it's not to the point where the entire Yun clan has to wear mourning clothes, right? Although those little bastards don't even have their manhood anymore, they can't just hold a funeral for Gigi. Taoist Yun let out a long sigh. His lips trembled as he said, Blood Sword Heavenly King, Yun Shangsong. Your Yun clan's 4th-generation ancestor was killed by the flood which because of your actions against esteemed Ling Ren. His soul was scattered, and not even his bones were left. Patriarch Yun stumbled subconsciously. His eyes were wide open, and his body swayed. Suddenly, he saw stars in front of his eyes. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he fell limply to the ground, unconscious. Everyone else in the Yun clan looked as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. Each and every one of them was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. This piece of news, this piece of bad news, was a huge blow to the Yun clan. Yun Shangsong, the Blood Sword Heavenly King, was the most promising person in the Yun clan. No, it should be said that he had already reached the top. He was already second only to the 7 swords in the Tao League. No one would have thought that he would lose his life because of such a small matter. With Yun Shangsong's death, the Yun clan had lost their greatest hope for development. They were all hoping that Yun Shangsong could improve and reach the same position as the 7 swords in the Tao League. For the Yun clan to have another powerhouse. At that time, the Yun clan would become the new #1 clan in the Tao League. With 2 powerhouses, they could even be on par with the Lei clan. But now that he had actually died in such an understated manner, how could the word heart-wrenching be enough to describe it? Evil creature. One of the elders of the Yun clan cried. Everyone in the Yun clan was dumbstruck. The heavenly king had fallen? Taoist Yun sighed with melancholy. For a moment, the sky above the Yun clan was overcast. The members of the Yun family rushed towards the continent of astral souls with bloodshot eyes while carrying the huge amount of copied words. We must find out. Who is the one behind all of this? He had to find out who wrote these words. His status was noble, and his status was revered. These words were the clue. If this person didn't die, this enmity wouldn't disappear. The Feng and Yun families had gone crazy. Although they still hated Zhuoxiao duo, no one dared to act rashly at this stage. Countless experts of the Yun family were gnashing their teeth. Zhuoxiao duo, hurry up and fly. When you reach the fairy realm, it will also be the day of your death. At that time, everyone will no longer have any misgivings. At that time, even if you, Zhuoxiao duo, have the ability and connection to the heavens, as long as we are willing to pay the price, we can still kill you. The flood which isn't your father, is she? It can't be your father-in-law, right? Don't tell me that he'll always be on your side? After all, the 2 continents were enemies of each other. However, no matter how much they hated Zhuoxiao duo and wanted to eat his flesh, they still tacitly kept their mouths shut about the poison. Even when dealing with the person who set this trap, they couldn't mention the poison. It was too sensitive. Everyone knew that the poison must have come from the non-poisonous shaman. There was no doubt about this. However, this matter was better not to mention it. If that old monster was lured out, no one would be able to deal with him. If he was unhappy and came to the territories of the Feng and Yun families, it would be hard to say if the 2 families could still exist. They couldn't afford to offend him. Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng also had the same thought. The name of the poisonous sorcerer was even scarier than the flood sorcerer in terms of horror. The flood which could at most kill you, but the non-poisonous shaman could exterminate your entire family. You could only watch helplessly, unable to use your strength. The news of the Tao League's blood sword heavenly king being smashed to death by the flood which spread across the 3 continents like a gust of wind. The 3 continents were shocked. In the beginning, 99% of the people didn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? The flood which wasn't crazy. Why would she go to the Tao League to kill a heavenly king? Whether it was from the overall situation or from the perspective of human relations, such a situation shouldn't have happened. However, this explosive news was quickly verified. It couldn't be any more true. For a time, everyone was discussing this matter in a flurry. At this moment, the king of Zhuolu and his wife arrived at the Sanqing Holy Mountain again. Sorry, I'm here again. This time, I still don't know what happened. I'm just following orders. What do you want? Tell me. My master asked me to take 6 9 reincarnation golden pills. I don't know why either. Bullshit. Tell your master to go to hell. Taoist Thunder was furious. I've only refined 3 cauldrons of 9 reincarnation golden pills in 37,000 years. Among them, there's only 1 cauldron of 9 reincarnation golden pills. Since then, it's as if I've used up all my luck. I haven't refined any more. There were only 12 pills in 1 cauldron. You, Zhuo, want half of it. Why don't you just die? One had to know that these 6 pills weren't just half, but more than half. After refining them, he had already used up 2 of them by chance. Now he only had 10 left. If he really took out 6 pills as compensation this time, Taoist Thunder trembled. The current situation is that his son is fine, but we've suffered a great loss. A heavenly king died because of this. The Tao League has already suffered a great loss. How can he still ask for the 9 reincarnation golden pills? Senior, your words are strange. Your blood sword Heavenly King died, but it wasn't killed by the astral souls. The flood which has nothing to do with us. Besides, the blood sword Heavenly King's death has nothing to do with me coming here to take the golden pills. Yun Zhonghu said solemnly, besides, I don't understand a single word of what you're saying. I'm just following orders. That's all. If you don't give it to me, we'll turn around and leave. Taoist Thunder was so angry that he pulled out a strand of his beard. However, in the end at the King of Zwolu, Yun Zhonghu returned with a full load. Looking at Yun Zhonghu's receding figure, the Taoists of the Tao League sighed. I can't believe that Yun Zhonghu has made even more progress this time compared to last time. It's obvious that Bai Yundua's aura has become much more condensed. Taoist Thunder sighed softly. On the other hand, the Heavenly Kings of our Tao League. I'm afraid they're no match for the left and right Heavenly Kings of the Astral Souls. The only thing that can be compared to them now is that everyone has the word Heavenly King. Hurry up and lead the army to the Sun Moon Pass. If not, the Tao League will really be finished. When Taoist Thunder said this, he clearly felt that he had never felt so depressed in tens of thousands of years. He really couldn't understand. He had lived like this for so many years, but from this year onwards, he didn't do anything else but clean up his mess. The Tao League lost a Heavenly King. Yu Dongtian gloated over their misfortune for a few days because of this. Blood Sword is dead. Ha! Dongfeng, treat me to a drink to celebrate. Ha! I heard that Blood Sword died mysteriously. Shimen, come. Prepare some dishes and treat me to a drink. I'll tell you about it. Ha! The Yun Shangsong is dead. He even hit you back then? Isn't that right, Beigong? Come, prepare some dishes and take out your precious wine to thank me. Yu Dongtian went around looking for people to drink with. The 4 marshals at the border were forced to take turns treating him. The great commanders were extremely fed up with this. Why should we treat you to a drink when Yun Shangsong is dead? Did you kill him? It's not like we don't know. The whole continent knows about it. Do we still need you to tell us? Marshal Beigong was especially annoyed. Why should I thank you when Yun Shangsong is dead? But because of Yu Dongtian's status, the 3 marshals pinched their noses and treated him to a meal. But when Yu Dongtian came to Nanjingqian to take advantage of him, he was mercilessly chased out by Marshal Nan. Nanjingqian, Yun Shangsong is dead. You treat me to a meal. Get out, get out. Men, prepare the extermination battle formation. Damn you, Nanjingqian, are you rebelling? Rebelling? Heavenly King of the Right, aren't you embarrassed to say that? I didn't know until now that I was blacklisted because I took the blame for you. You're really annoying. Nanjingqian was really angry. What does this have to do with me? What kind of trouble is not caused by you? Why did I have to take the blame from tens of thousands of miles away? And it was a super blame. And I didn't know anything from the beginning that I didn't offend anyone and was in charge of the capital. I was also responsible for cleaning up the mess for all of you. In the process, I lost countless good things. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. In the end, the blame fell from the sky and I was blacklisted by boss and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know the truth. I was always anxious, thinking that I offended boss. I kept reflecting and reflecting. Every day I asked myself, what did I do wrong? In the end, now I finally understand. I didn't do anything wrong. It was Yu Dongdun, this bastard, who put all the blame on me. It was a completely undeserved disaster. And he didn't even inform me after it happened. He let me stay in the blacklist and he went to have fun. And he was still watching the show. You could have at least told me if you did this. Get out. I don't know you in this life. If you dare to come in front of me again, I don't care what Heavenly King you are. I'll fight to the death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Heavenly King of the Right was chased out of the camp by the Marshal of the South with a saber in hand. He showed no mercy and left no room for negotiation. But Yu Dongdun was indeed the Heavenly King of the Right. With just one sentence, Marshal Nan, who looked like they couldn't coexist with each other, cupped his hands and welcomed the Heavenly King in. Chapter 946. Yudong Tian was blasted away. He was speechless. How embarrassing. I'm a heavenly king. Nanjing Qian, I'm a heavenly king. Yudong Tian was flustered and exasperated. Nanjing Qian snorted. The one who was killed just now was also a heavenly king. A heavenly king is nothing. Get lost. Yudong Tian held his breath. However, he couldn't be chased out today. If he was really chased out, it would be too embarrassing. I promise you, as long as you give me face today, I'll only let others take the blame. I'll never let you take the blame again. I guarantee it with my father's character. Nanjing Qian was overjoyed when he heard these words. It was as if he had fallen from the sky. As long as you don't let me take the blame, who else in this world can? Doesn't that mean I'm completely safe from now on? If you guarantee it with your own character, I'll take out my knife. However, if you guarantee it with your father's character, you're still trustworthy. Face was like a shoe cushion. When it was time to give it up, it had to be given up. Moreover, it wasn't a shoe cushion that fit well. Heavenly King Yu, This isn't our respected Heavenly King Yu. Please, I've prepared some wine for you. Sigh, I've had enough of you. It's rare for Nanjing Qian to be so sensible. Of course. Heavenly King, please. Look, this is a 500-year-old table. Not bad, not bad. This taste is good. Whoever gives my brother Feng 2 bottles will probably be able to live until the end. Don't worry, Heavenly King. I'll arrange it right away. However, Nanjing Qian was thinking as he drank. Xiao Duo's incident this time had eliminated a heavenly king from the Dao League. This incident wasn't just a little big, it was too big. Now, because of the human token, the Dao League probably wouldn't do anything. However, when he advanced to the Sky Realm and was no longer restricted by the human token, by then, the Dao League would probably go all out to find trouble with him. At that time, if anything were to happen, the Dao League would not be the scapegoat. Instead, it would be the grudges of the pugilistic world. Every grievance had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. As long as the Dao League was willing to send someone out, the risk was still very high. If something really happened, even if he destroyed one of the families of the 7 swords, what was the use? If Xiao Duo was that important, it was not impossible for the other party to do such a thing. It would be best to remind him of this matter in advance so that he wouldn't make any mistakes in his haste. As for the Umno Alliance, they didn't have to worry about it. Those guys with brains full of muscles probably wouldn't be able to come up with such a scheme, especially with a flood which suppressing them. Should I create some trouble for the Dao League? It was said that the Dao League's reinforcements had already left and were about to arrive at the front lines. It just so happened that there were fewer cannon fodders now, and the rest were all elites. Why not let the Dao League go up against the Umno Alliance? What reason should I use? Oh, seeing is believing. You guys should personally experience the combat power of the Umno Alliance. Otherwise, I'm worried that you guys will suffer losses in the future. This reason. TSK, the wine on this table was really good. Nanjing Qian pondered as he drank. This time, he had to perform well. If he entered the blacklist again, he probably wouldn't be able to get out. Young Master Zhua Xiao Duo, who was missed by countless people from various forces, was now at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. He and Zhua Xiaonian had already found a spot. They were diligently excavating the Xian ice at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. Currently, they had dug no less than 10,000 feet down. Beyond their expectations, there was really too much Xian ice at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. First, it was the mountain. After digging 300 meters down, a layer of ice began to appear. They dug all the way down until they reached a layer of very sticky mountain. After digging for more than 2,000 meters, they reached the layer of ice again. The ice layer continued to descend for 1,000 meters, and the ice layer began to change subtly. It became colder and harder, and after another 500 meters, they arrived at the mysterious ice layer. Zhua Xiaonian wanted to start harvesting from here, but Zhua Xiaoduo didn't allow her to do so. Instead, she chose to continue digging until she reached the bottom. When she dug out stones and soil again, she turned back and started harvesting from the most central position. Then, she continued to dig holes along the ice layer. Every few hundred meters, she would leave dozens of meters behind. In case this place collapsed after digging for about 2,000 meters, the ice spirit, which had been silent all this time, spontaneously flew out from the spirit's snatching sword. It was heading toward a huge piece of Xian ice in front of them. It even shone with 3 colors, which was a spectacular sight. Its icy cold power was at least 100 times stronger than ordinary Xian ice. The ice spirit flew over and circled around the Xian ice a few times. Its small face was full of melancholy and sadness. There's a dead ice spirit inside. Zhuo Xiaoyan could feel Zhao's sadness and explained in a low voice. How many ice spirits are there in this world? Isn't it said that ice spirits are very rare and there aren't many of them? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that this was very magical. He felt that there were many ice souls, and even if there were many of them, there was a limit to how much they were worth. How could the ice spirit not feel Zhuo Xiaoduo's contempt? It angrily flew in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo and bared its fangs and claws. It put its hands on its waist and pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand a single thing it said. He only felt that this little guy flying in front of him and shouting with its hands on its waist was a little cute. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. He translated, "Back when the primordial world was first created, the first snowflakes that fell, every snowflake was the essence of snow. After the snow spirit essences fall on the ground, they won't melt immediately. Instead, they will find a place to hide their vitality and wait for fate. This is actually the survival instinct of life. However, most of the snow soul essence melted before they even landed on the ground, let alone survive. The small portion of snow soul essence that was left would turn the surrounding water into ice after finding a place where it could continue its life and survive. The snow spirit essences will absorb nutrients from the solid ice to survive. Only when there is enough water in the area can they form an ice array. At this time, the snow spirit essences will be able to transform into ice spirits after a long time of baptism. However, when the water in the origin land turns into solid ice, there will be no more water outside. The ice array will become a tree without roots. If the ice spirit essences are just formed and don't have the ability to move, it will be the most difficult time for the ice spirit essences. At this time, there is only one way to replenish the ice spirit essences. That is, it will have to rain or snow to replenish the ice spirit essences. If it doesn't rain or snow for a long time, the ice spirit essences can only continue to release the cold energy accumulated in their bodies to turn the solid ice into a deeper layer of ice seed. Slowly, the normal solid ice will turn into mystic ice. When it is normal ice, the ice spirit essences will absorb nutrients when there is water to use. However, after absorbing the nutrients, there is no more water to replenish them. They can only release their energy to let the ice form another layer before they can continue to absorb the nutrients. At that time, when it turns into mystic ice. Although it is still ice, there is not much water left in it. Mystic ice can be used as metal, even stronger than normal metal. At this time, if there is no rain for a long time, the ice spirit essences will only become weaker and weaker, because they have no more nutrients for life. If it takes longer, they will seal themselves in the mystic ice and die. After the ice spirit essences die, all of their essence will be scattered into the mystic ice. The mystic ice that contains the essence of the ice spirit essences is the best food and nutrients for other ice spirits. There is a reason why the mystic ice nourishes the ice spirits. However, the mystic ice that can only be made from ice spirits is nourishment for other ice spirits. However, it is a cage for them. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "Looking at the situation here, I am afraid that there is more than one snow spirit essences that fell here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to create such a large scale. Unfortunately, because of the terrain, there are too many snow spirits that fell here. There is a serious shortage of water. These ice spirits are fighting for water. In the end, they are all trapped here." Speaking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan could not help but sigh. What a pity! On the other side, Ice Spirit Xiao Duo walked around the mystic ice for a few rounds. Finally, he sighed softly and put the mystic ice spirit essences into the ice spirit space. However, as he walked forward, Xiao Duo's expression and behavior became more and more silent. Zhuo Xiaoyan tried to persuade Xiao Duo, but he was still gloomy and depressed. She hurriedly gave Zhuo Xiao Duo a look. She meant, "You should help Xiao Duo think." Zhuo Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, "Io, if the one trapped here is little Xiao Duo, and the other ice spirits see it, ha ha." In an instant, Xiao Duo exploded in anger. He flew in front of Zhuo Xiao Duo, bared his fangs and brandished his claws, and began to complain about Zhuo Xiaoduo's shamelessness with extreme indignation. He almost lost control of his emotions. "This bastard cursed me. How vicious! How despicable!" But it was a pity that Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't understand what little Xiao Duo was saying. Instead, his sharp and unkind words entered little Xiaoduo's ears. "If Xiao Duo, oh, he will be eaten by other ice spirits. If Xiao Duo isn't here, how many colors will he be? Tisk tisidith. If Xiao Duo is eaten by other ice spirits, will he turn into shit? This is a philosophical question." Zhuo Xiaoduo provoked Xiao Duo 5 or 6 times. Every time he saw that Xiao Duo's emotions were about to go down, he would say something timely, and then Xiao Duo would go berserk again. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo would keep provoking Xiao Duo, but he would not say anything. He would just keep collecting Xian ice and wait for Xiao Duo to calm down. Then, he would provoke him again that Xiao Duo was so angry that his stomach bulged a lot. Along the way, he did not care about being sad anymore. He cursed Zhuo Xiaoduo angrily the entire way. Xiao Duo's face was red. He wanted to pounce on Zhuo Xiaoduo and bite him to death. Along the way, they encountered another 3 or 4 ice spirits that were trapped to death. Xiao Duo did not even think about it and kept collecting them. He did not even look at them. He only cared about bickering with Zhuo Xiaoduo. The more he scolded, the angrier he became. The more he scolded, the angrier he became. The more he scolded, the more fluent he became. As he scolded, he learned 2 words and kept cursing. Despicable! 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 As he scolded, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up and laughed even more shamelessly. "Ha! You look so funny when you're angry. Ha ha!" Xiao Duo was so angry that he was dumbfounded. In the end, Xiao Duo was so angry that he could not even walk properly. He floated around, gesticulating, and scolding Zhuo Xiaoduo as he worked. He was so angry that he felt dizzy that finally, all the Xian ice was collected. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan only collected the core parts. They left the rest behind. They did not kill all the Xian ice spirits in one fell swoop. Instead, they left them here to continue the transformation. This time, the harvest was exceptionally rich. Xiao Duo's ice spirit space was filled to the brim. Zhuo Xiaoyan's space ring was also filled to the brim. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo's annihilation tower was filled with Xian ice spirits. Xian Ice Mountain. Of course, those that were close to the Dao League and belonged to the Dao League were all poached by Zhuo Xiaoduo. "If you don't have enough Xian ice in the future, you can come here to dig more," Zhuo Xiaoduo said to Zhuo Xiaoyan. "I'll leave a passage for you later." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her own inventory, then at Xiao Duo's inventory, and then at Zhuo Xiaoduo's 2 ice mountains. She said contentedly, "This much Xian ice should be enough for a lifetime. There's no need to deliberately make more. Let's leave some for the fated ones in the future." "You're so ignorant," Zhuo Xiaoduo said disdainfully. "How many good things have you gotten? You want to use them for a lifetime? You're just a god reigning god now. After you choose the fairy rail, these things might not even be enough for a month." Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that it made sense. She asked humbly, "Then what should I do?" "Stupid." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exasperated as he lectured, "Dig. Keep digging. There aren't many places like this in the Astral Souls continent." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. "Stupid, even if the Astral Souls continent doesn't have any, the Dao League continent doesn't have any, right? The Umno Alliance continent doesn't have any? When the Demon League returns, don't tell me the Demon League continent doesn't have any." Zhuo Xiaoduo lectured Zhuo Xiaoyan from a commanding position. He suddenly felt that his temperament as the head of the family was off the charts. He pointed at Zhuo Xiaoyan's forehead and said, "Even if you don't want to lose face and don't take all the resources of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, you're still enemies with the Demon League. When the time comes, don't you know how to rob them?" Stupid Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoyan was obedient at first, but her forehead tilted back and she suddenly came to her senses. Her cute and innocent expressions suddenly became serious. She frowned and her eyes suddenly became fierce. She slowly revealed her sharp canine teeth. "Doggy!" "Woof woof!" Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly barked twice. He shook his head and wagged his tail, smiling mischievously. "Hee hee. I'm wrong. Ulia, dididang, dang dangdi, Nian Mao is so beautiful." Zhuo Xiaoyan's fierce expression instantly melted. She burst into laughter and sneered at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. "Doggy. He. Ha. Burp." Chapter 947. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. Xiao Duo was so angry that her eyes were burning. She paced back and forth angrily. She felt indignant that Zhuo Xiaoyan had been coaxed by this annoying guy with just one sentence. How can you be coaxed so easily? This won't do. You won't be angry, scold him, hit him, and then ignore him for many days and torture him so that you can avenge me? However, the Moon Monarch's ring is definitely much better than yours. Why don't you open it and see if there's anything good inside? I think that the true monarch will definitely not be wrong about your successor. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled mysteriously. I'm not curious about other people's rings, but I'm really curious about yours. What's so good about it? Then let's open it here and see. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also a little restless. She was really curious. What kind of existence was the Moon Monarch? There must be a lot of good things in her inheritance ring, right? However, who was the Moon Monarch? Well, in short, she was an existence beyond her knowledge. There must be a lot more good things. Then let's open it and see. Zhuo Xiaoduo urged. With his obsession with wealth, of course he coveted it even more. What was his wife's was naturally his. There was nothing wrong with that. Then let's open it now. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out the Moon Monarch's space ring without hesitation. However, she felt cold to the touch, as if even her soul was suddenly frozen. "It's so cold," Zhuo Xiaoyan said subconsciously. Zhuo Xiaoduo also subconsciously grinned. If even Zhuo Xiaoyan, who practiced the Moon Sutra, said it was cold, then it was really cold. The divine consciousness of the Moon Lord on the ring had long dissipated. This also led to Zhuo Xiaoyan using only a few minutes to successfully nurture the ring with her ice spirit qi. She used her divine soul to imprint on it and easily opened the ring. The space inside the ring is very big, but there aren't many things inside. There aren't any clothes or cosmetics. I thought there would be many magnificent clothes from ancient times, like the ones worn by the Moon Lord. Zhuo Xiaoyan said to Zhuo Xiaoduo after rummaging for a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. "Sister, my dear sister, what time is it now? How can you still be thinking about clothes and cosmetics? Magnificent raiment. Nian Mao, you're focusing on the wrong thing." He really couldn't understand how a woman's brain works. "I didn't see anything useful." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked like she was about to break down. "There are only a few small boxes. There are some things inside and the rest are. There's more inside, huh?" After pausing for a moment, he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. There was an isolated space inside the ring, and in this isolated space, there was a kind of black stone piled up neatly one by one. It was a special black stone that emitted a deep light and contained an endless amount of cold attribute spiritual energy. This is the Moonstone? Did the Moon Lord name it himself? Zhuo Xiaoyan was suddenly in an indescribable state of ecstasy. Then, Xiao Duo came out of the Spirit Snatcher sword excitedly and quickly went into the space ring to check and confirm the situation. The Lunar Immortal Stone was a rare treasure for the Ice Spirit. How many of these stones are there? After confirming the quality, Zhuo Xiaoduo was most concerned about the quantity. No matter how good the stone was, if there were only a few pieces, it would not be of much use. There are about 170,000 to 180,000 pieces? Or even more. Zhuo Xiaoyan opened her eyes wide. She suddenly felt that she was so rich. Now that she had a few mountains worth of Xian ice, she realized that she already had more than 100,000 of these magical moonstones with her. For a moment, she felt that her heart was about to melt. What else? There's nothing else. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very satisfied at this moment. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. With these, it's already too much, too much, too much. Useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo despised Zhuo Xiaoyan's contentment. If it were me, even if I had 1,000,000 pieces, I would only say, why don't you have 10 million pieces? What's the use of such a small amount? After feeling the moonstone in her hand for a moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan could not help but tremble. She said in surprise, "This is from the same source as the ice spirit. This is also the first snow in the world. It fell on the moon and formed pure Yin ice on the moon." Knowing that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not understand, Zhuo Xiaoyan was so excited that her face glowed. She explained automatically, "Here, due to the sunlight. Even the Xian ice has some heat. It means that when the water is frozen, there is still some yang qi in the bones. But the Xian ice on the moon is the purest one. It has no yang qi at all. It's 10 times stronger than the one we dug up just now." Zhuo Xiaoduo listened and asked eagerly, "What else?" For a moment, a tinge of jealousy rose in her heart. Why didn't I get the Sun Lord's ring and inheritance? Only Nian Mao got the Moon Lord's. That this was not fair. It was too unfair. Xiao squirmed out of his arms and squeaked. She rolled her eyes and looked at him. "Mom, what are you thinking about? What else do you want?" "There are also these boxes." Zhuo Xiaoyan took out a few boxes that looked very ordinary. They were made of the highest quality jade of astral souls. Note that the highest quality jade of astral souls was now labeled as very ordinary by Duo Dog and Yen Mao. When he opened the box, he saw that there were only a few small transparent bottles inside. Inside the bottles was a glistening yellow, half-solid, half-liquid kind of thing that looked very appetizing. Zhuo Xiaoyan picked up a bottle and opened it. Suddenly, a refreshing osmanthus fragrance wafted out. Zhuo Xiaoyan had only smelled this fragrance, but he could already feel that his soul had become much more awake. She even felt like she was in a trance. Zhuo Xiaoduo also had a similar feeling. Both of them sensed that after smelling or coming in contact with this fragrance, their soul power started to show signs of slowly increasing. Although it was slow, it continued to increase bit by bit. It was real. Both of them couldn't help but be shocked. Then, they were so surprised that they almost couldn't speak. Their cultivation had improved greatly recently, and they understood more and more how difficult the path of cultivation was. They also realized how difficult it was to improve the soul power, which was the most difficult part of cultivation. Usually, they would only be able to improve a little after cultivating for a few days. Well, this was not something a normal cultivator would say. For a normal cultivator, to increase the power of their soul bit by bit, it would take years of accumulation and painstaking effort. If they could improve a little bit in a few days, it would be a rare opportunity. Both of them had countless opportunities and limitless resources. They even had a huge cheating device like the Tower of Emptiness in their hands. Therefore, if there was anything that sounded unreasonable, please forgive them. After all, this was something that normal people couldn't get even if they were envious of it. Both of them had always felt that it was difficult to improve their soul power. Now that they could improve their soul power just by smelling this fragrance, what would happen if they ate it? Could this be the legendary laurel honey that has long been extinct? Zhuo Xiaoyan instinctively raised her head to look for the moon. Then she remembered that they were now thousands of meters underground. How could they see the moon? She hurriedly turned back. Laurel honey? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know either. She had only seen this name by chance in the ancient books of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In fact, laurel honey was the best honey brewed from the essence of the nectar collected by special spiritual bees after the innate spiritual plant, laurel palace laurel tree, bloomed. This kind of laurel honey was not a priceless treasure because it had been lost and was priceless. Instead, it was because in terms of nourishing the soul, It was the unparalleled best product in the world. It was also the best treatment for the soul injuries that were said to be incurable in the world. It could be said that every treatment was accurate, and the illness would be cured without any aftereffects. After the treatment, the patient's soul would even be improved to a certain extent. It was indeed a divine item that was hard to find. The only pity was that this legendary item had long been extinct in the world. It really only existed in legends. You have a total of... Zhuoxiaoduo took a look. 99 bottles? Zhuoxiaoyan narrowed her eyes and said, "You take 69 bottles and I'll keep 30 bottles. You can get more from me when you're done." "Sister, did you learn math from your music teacher? I took twice as many bottles as you did, and then I'll get more from you when I'm done? What kind of logic is this? Besides, I'm taking 69 bottles, isn't that too much?" Zhuoxiaoduo lectured her discontentedly and looked like he was going to decline. "Then," he said refreshingly, "then I'll accept your kindness and take these 69 bottles." Zhuoxiaoyan rolled her eyes. She almost wanted to hit him. "Let's drink one bottle each and try the effect." Zhuoxiaoduo was eager to take action. "Use my share." Zhuoxiaoyan was furious. She said, "You got so much, of course I'll drink yours." Both of them opened a bottle each, raised their heads, and gulped it down. "It's so delicious." Zhuoxiaoduo wiped his mouth and felt like he hadn't had enough. It was too delicious. No wonder it was a legendary fantasy. Seeing that Zhuoxiaoyan's mouth was still wet, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't move." Zhuoxiaoyan was about to wipe her mouth when she was shocked by him. She said, "Ah." Zhuoxiaoduo slowly leaned over and warned her seriously, "Don't move, don't move. If you drop it, it'll be a waste." After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and licked Zhuoxiaoyan's mouth. He said, "This is good stuff, don't waste it." Then he said, "There's more on your lips. I'm sure there's more on my lips too. Don't waste it. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. If you waste even a little bit, you'll be punished by the heavens. As a result..." Oh. Chapter 948. Zhuoxiaoduo ate very meticulously. He ate tirelessly for more than 10 minutes before he finally finished all the laurel honey on Zhuoxiaoyan's lips. Zhuoxiaoyan's face and neck were all red from eating laurel honey. She pouted her slightly swollen red lips and said proudly, "Put it away. You're not allowed to be so rude in the future." "Okay, I won't do it again. Hee, I'm really afraid of wasting it this time. Just this once, don't do it again." "Yes, ma." "You have the final say." Zhuoxiaoduo licked his lips and smiled contentedly as he put away all 69 bottles. Of course, these 69 bottles included the 2 that had just been emptied. This is a priceless treasure. Even if it's just a bottle, it's still good stuff. I'll probably still be able to use some spirit water when I go back and rinse it. Just smelling it was already effective. I'll rinse it for swollen. Hee, when he's overjoyed, I'll take out an entire bottle and drink it in front of him. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but want to laugh as he imagined Li Chenglong's crumbling face. Then he saw that Zhuoxiaoyan had already sat down cross-legged. Zhuoxiaoduo had also felt the dizziness from the rapid increase in the power of his consciousness. He hurriedly sat down and began to circulate his energy to digest the honey. It had to be said that if there were people who knew how precious laurel honey was, they would probably faint on the spot if they saw the 2 of them drinking laurel honey like this. If they didn't faint, as long as their cultivation base was passable, they would definitely throw everything aside and beat the 2 of them up. This was the extremely precious laurel honey. Only 9 drops of laurel honey could be found in 1,000 years. There were at least 20 drops in this bottle, and the 2 of them had drunk it all. This was a super treasure that could heal the soul of a Dao integration stage cultivator with just 1 drop. Why didn't the 2 of you explode? In fact, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan were about to explode. If the laurel honey did not increase the power of the divine soul, but instead increased the power of the spiritual energy, the 2 siblings would definitely not be lucky. The moment the effects erupted, they would directly explode and die. Even their divine souls would be destroyed, and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. But when it came to nourishing the spirit, the situation was completely different. Compared to the shallow spiritual origin cultivation, the two spirit seeds were each more powerful than the other. It was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. In fact, even if their spiritual seeds were far stronger than ordinary people's, a bottle of laurel honey would still be too much for them to handle. However, these two had helpers. The laurel honey floated above his spiritual sea, constantly emitting its effects and expanding his spiritual sea. As for Zhuoxiaoduo's spiritual sea, it was as if he had opened a restaurant. Xiaobai and Jiu both threw themselves onto the laurel honey and gulped it down. Xiao Long sniffed the laurel honey off to the side. It didn't have a physical body, so it couldn't eat. It could only smell, but even just smelling the laurel honey was beneficial. Its illusory body was slowly growing larger. Xiao also stood on the spiritual sea with its 3 pitch-black claws. Although its sharp little beak was like that of a chick pecking at rice, its speed and frequency were astonishingly fast. It was the fastest of them all. The Huahuang sword, which had been dormant for a long time, was also shuttling back and forth in the spiritual sea, intercepting the power of the laurel honey and slowly mending its divine soul. One had to realize that the greatest flaw of the Huahuang sword was the damage to its divine soul. Now that it was being nourished by the laurel honey, it was a perfect combination. That's what Zhuoxiaoduo fed the 5 guys. Under such a fierce and wanton consumption, it didn't take long for them to no longer feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, Zhuoxiaoyan, whose cultivation was higher, was struggling. She sat cross-legged and tried her best to bear it. In the spiritual sea, Xiao was the only one eating and drinking to its heart's content. At this moment, its belly was a little bloated, and its body was becoming more and more solid. Zhuoxiaoyan's spiritual sea was also expanding crazily. Fortunately, her real cultivation had reached the peak of the god-reigning level. Otherwise, she might not have been able to pass this hurdle, but as long as she could bear it, it would be a great opportunity. Zhuoxiaoyan struggled to bear it. Suddenly, she felt her palm warm up, and a warm force came in. It turned out that Zhuoxiaoduo had reached out to help at the right time. Zhuoxiaoyan's state of mind suddenly relaxed, and an instinctive sense of dependence arose spontaneously. What a good doggy! Whenever she had something she couldn't handle, he would always lend a helping hand. It was like this in the past, now, and in the future, it would be like this too. Therefore, the two spiritual sea connected. Zhuoxiaoyan sent the laurel honey that she couldn't digest to Zhuoxiaoduo. Over at Zhuoxiaoduo's side, a few of his little playthings seemed to have not had their fill. Once they saw so many of them being sent over, they immediately rushed over. On Zhuoxiaoyan's side, Ice Spirit looked up in surprise. Who stole my food and ate it? She couldn't help but feel angry. I can eat it later if I can't finish it. Who would complain about having more of this kind of food? Why was it suddenly taken away? What the hell? There was no time to think. It was taken away too quickly. Hurry up and eat it. Eat. Under these two effects, the pressure on Zhuoxiaoyan was suddenly relieved. The slightly painful expression on her face turned into a comfortable one. After a long time, finally, the two opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with comfort, but there was also a lingering fear. Don't drink a bottle at once in the future, Zhuoxiaoduo concluded. I can only take 1 drop at most. This thing is too powerful. Zhuoxiaoyan emphasized. We almost had an accident. Thank goodness we have you. How are you, hubby? Are you hubby? Then why don't you give me a kiss as a reward? After a long time, the two celebrated the great increase in their spiritual sea power. Zhuoxiaoyan deeply felt that she had been too impulsive. She pouted and said, just this once. While the two of them were celebrating outside, Little White and Little Jiu worked together to chase Xiao out. The two little fellows were so angry that their bodies trembled. After eating, they realized that there was another thing behind them. How many good things did you steal from us? You have legs, a head, and even wings. Can't you go and steal from others? Can't you see that we have nothing? What the fuck? You have 3 legs, That's even more wrong. The two little calabashes were so angry that they puffed up. Next time, they must tell Mommy not to let this guy see such good things again. As for Xiaolong, how much can you absorb? Besides, we are still young and don't have enough power. We can't find him and beat him up yet. Let's record this first. Then, the two little calabashes happily went back to the Vitality Sea and continued to float. They were full of joy and complacency. Following this mommy was indeed much better than following the original mommy. Not only did this mommy have the Vitality Sea, but she could also eat souls often and get such good things to nourish the spiritual sea. Moreover, she could eat as much as she wanted, that this was more than not a loss. It was totally worth it. They had made the right choice. Delightful. Delightful. Of course, Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaonian did not know what was going on inside. The two of them began to study the jade scroll left by the Lunar Star Lord. True understanding of the Lunar Star. Zuoxiaonian said, "This is a set of cultivation techniques." As she spoke, she took it out and studied it carefully. After a few minutes, she suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! This is the complete version of the Moon Sutra." No, I should say that the Moon Sutra is only a part of the true understanding of the lunar star. It can't be? What a coincidence! Zuoxiaoduo was also shocked. How could there be such a good thing in the world? After getting this, I have paved the path of cultivation directly. I don't have to worry about going astray anymore. Zuoxiaonian was very excited. All the questions and doubts that she had in the process of cultivating the Moon Sutra in the past were all answered here. And they were all answered in secret. According to the true understanding of the lunar star, the Moon Sutra was at most the upper half of the true understanding of the lunar star. Although it could be cultivated step by step to an extremely high level, the cultivation technique was ultimately not complete. The true understanding of the lunar star included all the upper, middle, and lower parts. It was a dreamy cultivation technique that pointed directly to the great Tao. That's great. Zuoxiaoduo slapped her thigh excitedly. Are there any other legacies? There's also a set of light shadow sword technique, a set of clear radiance sword technique, as well as light shadow footwork, clear radiance footwork, and a tracking technique called Cinnamon Horizon. It uses the petals of cinnamon osmanthus to execute a soul-leading tracking technique. No matter in the sky or on the ground, no one can escape from it. It seems that the Azure Dragon Sage was defeated by this technique. What else? There is also a piece of cultivation comprehension. Zuoxiaonian was also very confused. This lunar star monarch did not introduce herself at all in the things that she left behind. The only name they knew was Lunar Star Monarch, was from the Azure Dragon Lord's mouth in the timeline. Thinking back to the timeline, the Lunar Star Monarch took the initiative to stay behind and perish together with the Azure Dragon Lord, that the two of them could faintly feel that this Lunar Star Monarch seemed to be impatient. Or rather, she could not wait to disappear into the long river of history as soon as possible. That is, it would be best if no one knew about me. It was not that Zuoxiaonian was blindly thinking, but this feeling was very obvious. After seeing Zuoxiaonian's gains and feeling ecstatic for Zuoxiaonian, Zuoxiaoduo suddenly felt a little self-pity. Now that I think about it, I didn't get anything from this trip. Originally, I had some hope of catching up with Sister Nian, but now that Sister Nian has obtained the true essence of the lunar scripture and so many resources, it seems like I have no hope in this lifetime. Zuoxiaonian also felt that Zuoxiaoduo did not get anything and comforted him. You will definitely have other opportunities to get more. Zuoxiaoduo sighed deeply as tears almost flowed out. He looked very pitiful. This expression made Zuoxiaonian's heart ache, so she hugged him and comforted him. If the Azure Dragon Lord and the Lunar Star Monarch saw this scene and heard this, they would probably die of anger on the spot. Chapter 949. Anyone would want to beat him up if they heard him. You've already taken the fortune plate, what else do you want? How did he manage to say, I didn't get anything? You even needed someone to comfort you. Comfort. However, Zuoxiaonian did comfort Zuoxiaoduo for a long time because she felt that Zuoxiaoduo really did not get anything. He was really too pitiful. After that, the two of them discussed and decided to cultivate for a while. After all, the flow of time in the Tower of Emptiness was very fast, so it was rare for the two of them to be together. When we go back this time, I'll prepare to officially break through to the mystic realm. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that she was being suppressed and said, through this soul nourishment opportunity, my Dantian and astral souls are greatly beneficial. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. How many times now? 39. Oh, good luck. That should be enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. No, I have to at least hold on until 45 times. Zhuo Xiaoyan was fuming. The sense of crisis in her heart did not lessen even after she obtained the true understanding of lunar scripture. Little Doggy's luck was very strong and he was chasing after her closely. The gap between the two of them was shrinking day by day. If she did not work hard, he might really catch up with her. Even if she obtained the true understanding of lunar scripture, she could not let her guard down. She had to suppress little Doggy. If she wanted to spank him, she would spank him. If she wanted to trample on him, she would trample on him. With absolute strength, she would defend her dignity and her position in the family. What about you, Doggy? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. At most, I can only do it 40 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo sobbed and said, now that you've obtained the true understanding of extreme yin, it's only a matter of time before your cultivation improves greatly. I might not be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, let alone in a short time. Who would believe you? Zhuo Xiaoyan knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well. She couldn't help but think to herself, with his bad temper, he has always tried his best to defeat me and catch up with me. He won't give up just because of the true understanding of the lunar palace. This time, he must be waiting for me in a trap again. If he said 40 times, then he would have to suppress his true essence to at least 50 times. It seems that I have to think of a way to suppress my true essence to 50 times. Zhuo Xiaoyan patted Zhuo Xiaoduo on the shoulder and said, good luck. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Zhuo Xiaoyan's buttocks. Kitty, you can do it. But it feels so good. Puff. Zhuo Xiaoduo flew out. Well, before he really caught up with Zhuo Xiaoyan, he still had to continue his career as a trapeze artist. 2 days and 2 nights later, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan came out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Both of them did not slack off this time. During the 4 months of cultivation in the Tower of Annihilation, they had raised their cultivation to the peak of their current limit. In the last few hours, they did not dare to continue their cultivation. They were afraid that they would break through in the Tower of Annihilation. It would be difficult to explain, so they just did it for a few hours. During this time, although Zhuo Xiaoyan was very coquettish, in the end, she still did a dance for this guy without knowing why. After thinking about it, it really hurt her self-esteem. She didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to make an even more outrageous request. Zhuo Xiaoyan refused firmly. She tidied up her dress and hurriedly flew out. I'm going back to Shangjing. Oh, don't forget, in a few days, our parents will call us. Pay attention to your phone, don't miss any messages. Let's go together. No. Okay, but you have to be honest on the way. We're just in a hurry. We'll separate when we reach Fenghai? That's not good, right? It's not on the way. Okay, let's do it. In front of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan was defeated without any surprise. It couldn't be helped. This guy was acting cute, acting cool, and acting cool. His sweet words were like a piece of candy that couldn't be removed. How could Zhuo Xiaoyan resist this kind of three-dimensional entanglement from head to toe? Naturally, her initial refusal turned into a compromise in the end. It was not surprising at all. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and looked unhappy. So annoying The two of them did not hesitate. They rushed into the air and flew all the way in the direction of Fenghai. As the two of them reappeared and revealed their aura, the few people who had been secretly following them finally found the traces of the two little ancestors. They breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. We finally completed the mission. This time, it was an eye-opener. Let's go back, I'm so tired. The main thing is that I'm tired. And that little guy's actions directly made my face bleed. Little bastard. Naturally, someone will settle this with him. Let's go, let's go. The four of them parted ways and went their separate ways. The four clouds in the sky also quietly dispersed. After a long while, a gray shadow faintly appeared in the originally clear sky. Then, it rushed down like a wisp of smoke. It actually found the passage where the two of them dug the mysterious ice and went in. At the core of the mysterious ice that Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian dug, the gray shadow observed for a long time. He frowned and was still puzzled. How did this little bastard find this place? This kind of hidden place was painstakingly searched for by the ice abyss which for a long time, but the harvest was very little. This kid just went all the way down and found everything. Little Yu's son has a lot of secrets. And at the beginning, there was a burst of dragon's aura that was so strong that I didn't dare to come down. What the hell was that? But now, this kid has implicated a heavenly king. His cultivation progress is so fast. If he ascends to the sky realm too early and doesn't have a solid enough foundation, he might fall into a trap. After thinking for a while, the gray shadow slipped out of the tunnel and chased in the direction of Fenghai. I'm still a little worried. Damn it, I'm really a wretch. In the early years, I was busy looking for a wife. When I found a wife, I was busy serving my wife. When my wife was gone, I started to worry about my daughter. After worrying for my whole life, I was cheated by an old thing who is older than me. It's not easy for me to not worry about my daughter, but now I have to worry about my daughter's son. If this goes on, when will it end? Am I still a freaking demon? Since ancient times, has there been a demon as worried as me? Damn it. Damn it, this is so weird. I usually call him brother, but he became my son-in-law. This is... After so many years, he actually didn't tell me that he had a grandson. That Zhuogai is really not a good person. If I didn't kill Bloodsword this time, I wouldn't have known that I actually made a little toy. I missed out on so many years. If only I could play with him since he was young. He's not human. I'm really drunk to have such a daughter and son-in-law. The gray shadow muttered in his heart as he chased after them. After chasing for about half of the distance, he realized that he couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but feel surprised. How can these two little bastards move so fast? Although I didn't use my full strength, with this speed, there aren't many people in the world that I can't catch up to. He didn't believe it and sped up again, vowing to catch up to the siblings. However, the Zhuoxiaonian duo had started first, and he had wasted a lot of time at the foot of the White Mountain. With the speed of Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian, it wasn't easy to catch up to them. The gray shadow chased them all the way to Fenghai, but he still couldn't catch up. This is so freaking rare. Slap. He slapped his mouth. I can't scold him, that's my daughter. Duo, why didn't you try to fuse with that piece of jade you just got? Before Zhuoxiaonian left, she was curious about this matter. I don't plan to fuse with it for now. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned. I keep feeling that the result of fusing with it won't be good. Rather than trying it rashly, it's better to keep it as it is. The newly obtained creation corner was originally in the hands of the Azure Dragon Saint. It was used as a life spirit weapon by him and was specially used for killing. It was tainted with too much murderous aura. Not to mention, the people that this Lord Saint killed were all of very high levels. Any one of them would be beyond our understanding. Zhuoxiaoduo also had a headache. With my current cultivation, if I rashly fuse with the jade, it's very likely that I won't be able to withstand the resentment and evil spirit left behind by so many powerful people before they died. I'll easily die instantly and my soul will scatter. Zhuoxiaoduo was still very self-aware. If he rashly fused with the piece of creation when his cultivation was not high enough and his spirit was not strong enough, the evil spirit on it could make him an idiot even if it did not kill him. He was speechless in his heart. This kind of thing is actually used to kill. What the hell? Zhuoxiaonian was also a little confused. Then what should we do? This matter can't be rushed. I'll slowly think of a way. You don't have to worry about it. I'll definitely find a way to deal with it, Zhuoxiaoduo said. Okay, if you need any help, you must tell me immediately. I'll be at your beck and call. What I need most now is to strip naked and sleep in bed. Can I really be at your beck and call? I'm so happy. Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoyan jumped up and turned into a white cloud, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This little puppy, he's talking nonsense again. So annoying. Oh, I forgot to give him a kiss before I left. Should I go back? Thinking about it, it's already so far away. I'm not going back, maybe next time. Zhuo Xiaoyan regained her iceberg temperament. She was cold and sharp all the way to Shangjing all the way. The further she was from Zhuo Duo, the more intense the coldness became. Almost to Shangjing, it was completely cold and unapproachable. Zhuo Duo looked at the person who was leaving and snorted, very dissatisfied. When I was young, she would take off my clothes and hug me to sleep every day. She didn't even want a doll. She didn't care if I was willing or not, she would take off her clothes and hug me. Now, I've taken the initiative to come to her door, and she actually took the initiative to attack me. Women are too fickle. How can they be as loyal as men? Men, from their teens to tens of thousands of years old, all want to hug someone into their bed. Chapter 950. Zhuo Duo muttered to himself. He deeply felt the fickleness of women. And the biggest difference between a man and a woman. From the beginning to the end, from when they were on Mount Whitehead until now, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had never mentioned Jun Changkong. It was not intentional, but they had completely forgotten about it. Whether it was Zhuo Duo or Zhuo Xiaoyan, they did not see this kid as a threat. He was like air. No, air was something that no one could obtain. How could that kid compare to air? After watching Zhuo Xiaoyan leave, Zhuo Duo did not return to the city directly. Instead, he went to the south of the city, to the place where Bai Yun Duo put the Astral Soul's jade powder. He saw that there was already a mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder. There are so many of them. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Zhuo Duo looked around like a thief and began to collect the powder into the Tower of Emptiness. It took him a full 10 minutes to collect all the powder above the ground. Then he collected all the powder in the cave, leaving not a single bit of powder behind. Zhuo Duo was very satisfied with the harvest this time. After all, it had been a long time since he came to collect the powder. He did not expect that the coincidence that day would last until today. How could he not encounter such a good opportunity to help others and himself every day? Even if he encountered it 8 or 10 times a day, it would not be too much. Then, Zhuo Duo went to Mr. Sun's place without stopping. Young Master Zhuo, Happy New Year. Mr. Sun was wearing new clothes and looked very happy. Happy New Year? Zhuo Duo was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the 2 days he spent with Zhuo Xiaoyan included New Year's Eve. Today was the first day of the new year. Wasn't it the day to pay New Year's greetings? Another year had passed. Thinking of this, Zhuo Duo could not help but feel an indescribable sense of melancholy. Ever since he had become a cultivator, he had been working hard every day to improve his cultivation. He had been working hard, sprinting and hovering between life and death. He had long forgotten about these traditional festivals. New Year's. Luckily, I spent New Year's Eve with Nyan Cat yesterday. Finally, we had a reunion. But I didn't even rest on New Year's Eve. I'm so tired. This 9 Heavens Pavilion is too inhumane. Nyan Cat has to go back to work on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Sigh, it's as tiring as the web novelists. They're all people who can't rest even during the Lunar New Year. But we're still not bad. After all, our cultivation level has increased. As for that bunch of useless authors, other than breaking their bodies, they don't even have a considerate one. When Zhuo Duo thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. After all, there were people in this world who were more tired and miserable than him. Especially that person surnamed Feng. What was the use of having a high family status? But what was the use of being handsome? You don't earn much money, and you can't even rest during the new year. I really pity you. Io, boss son, Happy New Year. Zhuo Duo casually took out 2 boxes of 50-year-old table wine. I'm here to give you a New Year's greeting. You've worked hard this year. Boss Sun's eyes almost popped out. It was actually 50-year-old table wine. And there were 2 boxes. 2 full boxes. Oh my god. I can properly act cool this year. It's not a problem to act cool for a year. I can act cool until next year. Who would drink 50-year-old table wine during the Lunar New Year? Oh. Young Master Zua, you're too polite. Boss Sun received it enthusiastically. Please take a seat inside. No need, I'm just here to take a look at the powder. Speaking of the powder, young Master Zua, I'm sure you'll be surprised this time. Mr. Sun laughed reservedly, with a kind of smug look that couldn't wait to show off his achievement. He naturally knew that people like Zhuoxiao Duo were almost no different from gods in the heavens to him. Naturally, he wouldn't go in with him to drink. Immediately, he walked with Zhuoxiao Duo to the sports field. Zhuoxiao Duo came to the sports field to take a look and was immediately shocked, because he found that the sports field where the Astral Soul's jade powder was piled up had expanded again. After the last expansion, a huge amount of space was drawn in again. During this period of time, there was no news from young Master Zua. There wasn't enough space, and the goods kept coming here. I was afraid that I would delay young Master's matters. So, I gathered my courage and told the leader that this was what young Masters wanted to stock up. Boss Sun rubbed his hands and was a little nervous. He said, I didn't expect that. The management would happily give the surrounding land to us. The rent is very little. Young Master Zua, don't worry. Zhuoxiao Duo was overjoyed. He said, not bad. Boss Sun is really reliable. Boss Sun said, I'm very satisfied that young Master Zua doesn't blame me for acting on my own accord. Zhuoxiao Duo pondered for a moment and said, it's better to use less of the banner. If you use too much of it, it won't be worth much. Thinking about it, this little benefit was still necessary, as long as it wasn't too excessive. And this Boss Sun was obviously a timid person. Well, I'll pay you later. You can rest assured and continue to collect. When you collect again, although the space is bigger, try to pile it up as high as possible. That way, there will be a lot more. I'll come and collect when I have time. Yes, young Master Zua is right. Young Master Zua is really wise. Zhuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes. After collecting the Astral Soul's jade powder, Zhuoxiao Duo paid all the bills and gave Boss Sun an extra 10,000 yuan. He was very rich and imposing. This is the bonus for this year. Well done. After paying the money, he took out some top-grade tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea, as well as some elixirs that were good for the human body but could not be bought by ordinary people. There was almost half a cart full of them, directly blocking Boss Sun's door. He knew that Boss Sun liked this kind of style. What he wanted was this kind of face. Giving such things directly was far more practical than giving money directly. Do you know, when young Master Zua came to my house that day, giving out the bonus and New Year's gifts, he directly blocked the door of my house. He directly used good things to block the door. Do you know what it means to block the door with good things? That scene was too shocking. The whole neighborhood was stunned. Do you understand? That Huazi Qingshan Taishan Qingshan that's called spectacular. Why do you want to drink it? That depends on your performance. Therefore, Zhuoxiao Duo would never be stingy with this kind of surprise, this kind of face, this kind of benefit without any cost. Anyway, the top-grade things in the eyes of ordinary people were no longer useful in his hands. When Zhuoxiao Duo returned to the villa, Li Chenglong was nowhere to be seen. He knew that this guy, who valued women more than friends, must have gone to Xiang Bing's house for New Year's. Thinking about it, he was old and did not come back. It was just brother Li Chenglong alone. Even if he did not go to Xiang Bing's house, he had to go back to his hometown in Phoenix City. After all, it was the custom of all high martial arts schools to have a 10-day holiday for New Year's. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was no exception. Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly remembered that when they parted, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu had said that the two of them would directly go back to their hometown from Whitehead Mountain. They could still make it in time for the end of the year. Thinking of this, and looking at himself who was all alone, Zhuoxiao's mood fell again. He sat quietly on the steps and looked over there. It was already a piece of flat land, in the direction of Grandma Sher's house. He was lost in thought for a long time. How I wish the house would suddenly appear, and the white-haired figure would appear and shout with a smile, Little monkey. It's time to eat. Let's have New Year's Eve dinner. Duo looked until his eyes were sore and he finally lowered his head. He sighed softly and murmured, even if you wait for the new year to pass before you leave. I know that I will avenge you sooner or later, but I still miss you so much. I miss you so much. Duo squatted alone on the stone steps. He did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness in his heart. For a moment, it was hard to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. He walked out of the villa and walked aimlessly to the street. Looking at the sea of people that usually filled the street, he saw that it was slightly empty today. Only the occasional New Year's greeting could be seen. As far as the eye could see, everyone was wearing new clothes. Every house was clean and tidy. There was a joyous atmosphere and smiles everywhere. Whether they knew each other or not, as long as they saw each other, they would smile and say, Happy New Year. Duo followed the reins and walked through the crowd. Suddenly, someone came from the opposite side and stopped not far away from Duo. He smiled and said, Happy New Year. Duo was stunned for a moment before he said, Happy New Year. The person smiled in a friendly manner and walked past him. Along the way, many people greeted Duo and wished him a Happy New Year. Duo only felt that the feeling of being greeted was so strange yet so familiar. When he was in Phoenix City, he spent the New Year like this every year. It was really no different from now. Everyone walked on the street with smiles on their faces. They were full of hope and longing for life. Even those who were unlucky all year round would be full of hope after New Year's Eve, thinking that the bad luck had left them. Because this New Year's Eve was finally over. The end of New Year's Eve was the beginning of the new year. Now that the end of the new year was over, everything had to start anew. The bad luck must be gone, and the good luck must come. How long had it been in total? He actually felt unfamiliar with this feeling. He even felt a little out of place. Yes, by now, Duo could already be sure that if there were no accidents, his lifespan would far exceed the range of ordinary people. He could live for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. The feeling of the annual New Year's Eve gradually faded. What was the meaning of this so-called New Year to him? Day by day, year by year, everything was the same. Was there no difference at all? He walked all the way. Unknowingly, he walked again to the neighborhood where Grandma Sure used to live. He looked up and saw that it was still a pile of ruins. It was just that the ruins had been cleaned up. Many people had built wooden houses and small houses in the ruins. The original houses had collapsed and were in ruins. The higher-ups kept saying that they needed to be repaired, but they had not done so. After all, there were too many things to do and there were too many poor areas that needed to be taken care of. How could they have so much energy to take care of a place that was completely devoid of human life? Chapter 951. The people here were different from other places. Even though it was the new year, their faces were full of sighs and disappointment. Many people unconsciously walked to the side of the big pit left behind after Grandma Sure moved away to take a look. There were no smiles on their faces, only sighs. They remembered that when Grandma Sure was here, the water, electricity, heating, and other facilities here were the best in the city, and the supply was the most timely. But how did the people living here treat the widow of a martyr? Now, she had moved away. All the special treatment here had also moved away with her. If you knew this would happen, why did you? She's just a lonely old lady. So what if you treated her nicely? Did she lose a few pieces of meat? Even if you showed a little bit of kindness, how could it end up like this? Why did you have to make the whole community feel like they were being raised by a stepmother? When the young people in the community went out to look for jobs, when they heard that they were from this community, they were not hired. No matter how high their education was, they were not hired. Because their character was not good enough. What kind of sin did you commit? Everyone's faces were ashen, and they were numbly pasting the New Year couplets. They looked at their originally beautiful and comfortable houses that were now in ruins, and then looked at the wooden house that they were living in now. It was leaking from time to time. Many people were really regretting it so much that their intestines were swollen. Duo stood quietly in front of Grandma Sure's old house. as if he was seeing the stubborn old lady again. He closed the door with a bang. The scene where the wind and rain were all shut outside the door. If I hadn't urged Grandma Sure to move away, she would have been living here, and she might not have died. Zhuoxiaoduo was lost in thought. But there was no answer to this question. Many people noticed Zhuoxiaoduo, and some people recognized that this child used to visit the lonely old lady often. So, someone came up to him, "Young man, you." They were eagerly pleading, and their eyes were pleading, begging Zhuoxiaoduo to speak up so that they could receive the care and repair they deserved earlier. Zhuoxiaoduo turned a deaf ear, and he was still looking at the original traces in a daze. "It's the new year. Happy New Year." Zhuoxiaoduo bowed deeply. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Behind him, there were so many people begging and pleading, but Zhuoxiaoduo did not seem to hear a single word. Even the look in his eyes did not change in the slightest. What does his death have to do with me? I'm not a saint, nor am I a good person. Just as you are regretting, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? As he walked, he looked at Feng Hai, and for some reason, his soul trembled. Looking at the city that was immersed in the New Year atmosphere, he seemed to feel that his mentality was slowly changing. It was a very, very strange feeling. It was as if his entire spirit had been pulled out of this space. He was standing high up in the sky, looking down at all the living beings below. However, his body was incompatible with them, and he couldn't blend in no matter what. Zhuoxiaoduo knew that this state was very abnormal, but he could not focus his attention. After a long while, he was still in a subtle state of floating and dreamy feeling. In the corner, a gray-robed old man couldn't help but be shocked. Is this stirring up one's mind? Soul rebirth? This is not a state that only geniuses who have advanced to the late stage of the God-reigning state, or even to the returning mystery state, can develop. He's only at the Huayun stage. How can his soul power be so strong? Not good. How can a Huayun sea of consciousness control a soul like Si Peiron's? The gray-robed old man's chi sank into his dantian, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Tut!" With a light rebuke, a surge of spiritual consciousness wrapped in soul power suddenly exploded in Zhuoxiaoduo's ears. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo's scattered spiritual consciousness, which was about to explode, quickly returned to his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, Bai and Jiao were trembling in fear. They sank into the sea of vitality and pretended to be dead. Just now, it was the two of them who had absorbed the spiritual consciousness power and repeatedly cultivated. Bai spat it out to Jiao, and Jiao spat it out to Bai. Every time they exchanged, the power became pure. However, this time, when little Jiao spat it out, she suddenly realized that there was a faint shadow of a sword beside her that was secretly intercepting the energy. How could she not know that someone was stealing her benefits? She was furious and wanted to step forward to fight. And this nameless action caused the power that Jiao and Bai were swallowing to be unbalanced. The unbalanced power, because it had accumulated too much power, exploded in an instant, and almost blew up Zhuoxiaoduo's sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that the gray-robed old man was experienced and knowledgeable enough to instantly judge the situation and burst out his own spiritual energy to help, Zhuoxiaoduo would have to pay the price of being muddle-headed for half a day at the very least. His sea of consciousness might even be damaged and would require a lot of effort to recover. After all, the spiritual consciousness of an innate spiritual treasure was not to be underestimated. Of course, the situation had changed again. Because of this change, the small amount of spiritual consciousness power that Bai and Jiao had leaked out had become Zhuoxiaoduo's. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise, but the reason and the final pros and cons, whether it was Bai, Jiao, Zhuoxiaoduo, or the gray-robed old man, all of them only knew what they were involved in. None of them knew the whole picture. In the next moment, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt a burst of clarity. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly had a subtle feeling that he had returned to the human world. It was a wonderful feeling. Everything in front of him seemed to have gone from a complete blur to 10,000% clear. Suddenly he jumped high and laughed. It's the new year. Before his voice died away, he had already run away. The gray-robed old man wanted to say a few words to him, but he saw the kid run away without a trace. He couldn't help but scratch his head and smile. Yes, it's the new year. It's the new year again. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Too many memories flashed in his eyes. The new year again. After a long, long time, he caught up with him again. Zhuoxiaoduo ran all the way back to the villa, but he didn't go home. Instead, he ran to Yi Changqing's house to pay his New Year's greetings. Unfortunately, Yi Changqing wasn't home. He then ran to Wen Xingtian's place, but he wasn't there either. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was New Year's Eve. Why were they all missing? Zhuoxiaoduo didn't believe it and called Wen Xingtian. Only then did he know that Wen Xingtian and his brothers had taken advantage of the holiday to visit the graves of their fallen brothers. While he was at it, he would go to the tomb of the heroic souls and have a drink with his brothers. Zhuoxiaoduo naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to disturb the gathering of his old brothers. After thinking about it, he called Li Chenglong and asked about the situation of Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan. Li Chenglong replied that nothing unusual had happened. Everyone was celebrating the new year at the Xiang family's house. They gathered together happily and harmoniously. Li Chenglong then asked Zhuoxiaoduo if he was coming. As soon as he opened his mouth, another group of people took over the phone and invited Zhuoxiaoduo to play poker. Then Li Chenglong anxiously shouted from the side, "He can come, but he doesn't play poker. After playing once, there will only be a few cards left. He can pocket more than 200 cards and keep more than 100 for cheating." Everyone burst into laughter at once. They laughed and scolded that there was actually such a shameless person in the world. Zhuoxiaoduo cursed loudly, "Li Chenglong, you're ruining my reputation. Just you wait." Then he set off for the Xiang family's old house. After walking around the Xiang family's house, he found that the ancestor of the Xiang family, Xiang Quangren, was indeed not there. As a result, the whole Xiang family's house had directly become a paradise for young people. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't stay too long at the Xiang family's house. He went to the Gao family's house. Like before, he got up and left after a few minutes. Gao Qiao knew that he had too many things to deal with, so she straightforwardly asked him if he wanted her to help him deal with them. Zhuoxiaoduo thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about it after the 10th of the new year." Before and after the new year, the most important thing was to spend time together. Even for martial artists who had entered the path of cultivation, festivals were still very, very important things. Because at any time, they might lie cold in Jianghu or be shattered and scattered on the battlefield. Therefore, every festival was very precious. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't want to ruin it. After leaving the Gao family's house, he ran into Wu Yunhai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Wu Yunhai and his brothers stood at the entrance of the street, covered in falling snow. They seemed to be waiting for Zhuoxiaoduo to come out. "Class monitor Zhuo, do you want to come to my house and have a chat? Today is the first day of the new year. Let's have some fun and relax." Wu Yunhai appeared very enthusiastic, expectant, and nervous. Since the big incident in the Starry Mountains, the Wu family had no chance to mend their relationship with Zhuoxiaoduo. Since then, Zhuoxiaoduo's strength and status had soared to the highest heavens like a comet. They had no chance to touch him again. Gao Qiao, Li Chenglong, and the others besides Zhuoxiaoduo were like an iron wall, blocking off all the unintentional guests. Even if the Wu family wanted to make do, there was no chance. Even today, Wu Yunhai had to mentally prepare himself and muster up his courage. The entire Wu family was not in the mood to celebrate the new year. They were all waiting for the result of this invitation. Zhuoxiaoduo said apologetically, "I have something to do. Next time. Next time for sure." He laughed and said, "Happy New Year." They brushed past each other and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Wu Yunhai wanted to turn around and say something, but Zhuoxiaoduo had already leaped into the air and turned into a stream of light. He opened the space barrier and disappeared without a trace. Wu Yunhai's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He knew very well that the Wu family would never be able to enter Zhuoxiaoduo's sight again. Originally, their relationship had been mended. There was even a high chance that they could turn enemies into friends like the Gao family. Then, they could deepen their cooperation and ride on this ride to soar to the heavens. But now, it was completely impossible. This also meant that the Wu family's title as one of the top families in Fenghai would not last long. Wu Yunhai was feeling dejected when he suddenly saw Gao Qiao walk out of the Gao family's gate. When she saw Wu Yunhai and the others, she could not help but smile. Wu Yunhai? Why are you here on the first day of the new year? Wu Yunhai laughed bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and said softly, Sister Qiao, I really envy you. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, It's nothing more than earning a living. What's there to be envious about? Wu Yunhai smiled. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, Sister Qiao, do you think the Wu family still has a chance? Gao Qiao smiled. It's possible. Everything is possible. Wu Yunhai took a deep breath and said, Sister Qiao, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it? Gao Qiao said, It's the new year. What suggestion? There are still many things to do at home. I'll go in now. Gao Qiao clearly did not want to hear it. However, Wu Yunhai did not want to let go of this last chance. He took a step forward and said almost pleadingly, Sister Qiao, I know that you're now by Zhu's side and handling many things. You're already like a housekeeper. The Wu family does not ask to be like the Gao family. However, if Sister Qiao has any needs, or if you're too busy, we can help you. We won't dare to disobey your orders. Wu Yunhai paused and said, We'll help for free. No questions asked. Gao Qiao's eyes focused. She then smiled and said, Yunhai, you're very considerate. However, look at the Gao family. There are still many people who are idling around. There's really not much to do. With so many idlers, how can there be a time when we're too busy? Wu Yunhai said with a miserable expression, Sister Qiao, can't you give me a chance? Gao Qiao hesitated and sighed softly. She said, Yunhai, you've already said so much today. I won't hide anything from you. Do you think I have that kind of weight by Zhu's side? That I can just casually add another family? If the Gao family uses Zhu's influence to take in other families, then I, Gao Qiao, will have a chance in the future? You found the wrong person to ask for my help. Gao Qiao narrowed her eyes and said calmly, Zhu's cake is indeed delicious and huge. However, the Gao family doesn't have such a good appetite. We don't even have the guts to eat it. If the Wu family wants to eat it, at least the Gao family can't do anything about it. Wu Yunhai's expression became even uglier. Sister Qiao, yours was favorite. If even you can't do anything, then what hope does the Wu family have? You. A sharp light flashed in Gao Qiao's eyes. She smiled faintly and said, Yunhai, you really think too highly of a weak woman like me. I'm not belittling myself by calling myself a weak woman. In our small team, I'm really a weak woman. There's no one weaker than me. How can I have any relationship with the most popular person? If you insist on talking about the most popular person, then in the entire Fenghai, there's only one person who can help you. Li Chenglong. Gao Qiao waved her hand and went back. Happy New Year. Wu Yunhai smiled bitterly. Happy New Year. He watched Gao Qiao go back. Then we'll go find Li Chenglong? Beside him, another Wu family disciple said, No need. Gao Qiao has completely rejected our alliance. There's no possibility of finding Li Chenglong. Wu Yunhai sighed softly. Li Chenglong hasn't even joined the Xiang family. How can he take care of the Wu family? This is a dead end. If we force it, not only will we offend Li Chenglong, Zhuo Duo, but we'll also offend the Xiang family. Now that the Wu family is in danger, if we offend them again, we'll really be destroyed. Gao Qiao wants the Wu family to die. Sigh. He sighed deeply, but he still couldn't figure it out. At the Starlight Mountain Range, the family had clearly made the move to establish a good relationship. Why did they suddenly hesitate and shrink back at that critical moment? What a critical juncture it was. At the same time, it was also the best opportunity for Zhuo Duo to die and the time when he needed help the most. The result now was that the Gao family seized this opportunity, but the Wu family didn't. Originally, the Gao family and the Wu family had the same status in Fenghai. They both belonged to the middle-class families. But now, how long had it been? The Gao family had already become the top family in Fenghai. The Wu family was not only in the same place, but was also gradually declining. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Now, even if he sent the Wu family to the Gao family's door, Gao Qiao wouldn't even bother to do so. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Wu Yunhai was indescribably depressed. Those who followed Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Gao Qiao, and the others were said to have broken through to the God-reigning realm. Although Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were slightly weaker, they were still at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. They were only one step away from breaking through, because they were all in the state of suppressing their true essence. Compared to ordinary peak of the cloud transformation realm who couldn't break through, it was only a matter of a thought for them to break through. And he was still only at the nascent soul transformation realm. Clearly, not long ago, he was still at the same level as them. How long had it been, and he couldn't even catch up to them? Once the gap widened, would it only get bigger and bigger? Looking at the door of the Gao family, Wu Yunhai sighed bitterly and turned to leave. He knew that Gao Qiao must be looking at him from the door with the gaze of a victor. Who asked him to be a loser? That was true. However, Wu Yunhai still thought too highly of himself. Gao Qiao didn't look at Wu Yunhai from the door. To Gao Qiao, the Wu family was really an existence not worth her attention. Especially after receiving the benefits from the Moon Star Monarch, Gao Qiao felt like she had been reborn. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She, who was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, actually suppressed it to 7 times and broke through to the God-reigning realm. Miss, the Wu family came to seek refuge? You didn't accept them? What the Wu family did in the past, to Zhou, is no different from a betrayal. Zhou looks like he doesn't care about anything. But I'm sure that as long as I accept the Wu family as a subordinate family of the Gao family, then our Gao family will be removed from the center of the group and never be able to rise again. Gao Qiao said indifferently, why, you can't bear to? Bear. This person was Gao Qiao's uncle. At this moment, Gao Qiao's glare scared him into nodding his head. From now on, no one in the Gao family is allowed to contact the Wu family. Gao Qiao snorted and said indifferently, third uncle, if you do something like inviting a wolf into the house again, then go to the countryside to accompany grandfather. After saying that, she turned and left without waiting for her third uncle to reply. Behind her, a handsome middle-aged man kept wiping his sweat. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed all the way to Phoenix City. It's the new year. I want to go home. On the way, he received a call from Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with guilt. Doggy, I just realized that today is the first day of the new year. Do you want me to go back and accompany you? No need, you just came to the capital. Why are you running back and forth? It was rare for Zhou Xiaoduo to reject her warmth. He chuckled and said, I'm very happy here. Haven't you felt the festive and lively atmosphere of the new year? Then you have to be good. Be good and don't cry. You're the one crying. Of course you're crying. Nian Nian cat, I can see your tears, huh? Doggy. Zhou Xiaoyan hung up in exasperation, then smiled and wiped the tears from her face. Today is the first day of the new year. Dad, Mom, Nian Nian misses you so much. Where's my red packet? This doggy is really heartless. He actually said that he's happy. I'll remember this and settle it with him the next time I see him. Zhou Xiaoduo traveled across the mountains and rivers as he used his fastest speed to rush back to Phoenix City like a wisp of smoke. He saw the house he had lived in for 17 years. He took out the key with a cute kitten hanging from his ring, opened the door, and walked in. The whole house was silent, and it was out of place with the bustling atmosphere outside. Zhou Xiaoduo sat quietly in his parents' room for a while, then ran out. He bought Spring Festival couplets, the Chinese character for Fu, and many other things for the new year. When he got home, he took off the couplets from last year and put the new couplets on them. The whole house was instantly filled with a festive atmosphere. Then he lit the firecrackers he just bought outside the neighborhood. It was really a grand display. He jumped and jumped, covering his ears and shouting, "It's the new year! It's the new year! It's the new year!" Ha! Many people poked their heads out of the windows and looked at the crazy teenager below. It was a noisy atmosphere, but it made people feel an inexplicable sense of loneliness and silence. He was like a person who walked further and further away, but stubbornly expressed that he had never left, that he was always here, that he was always that teenager. Some people felt that the commotion was too loud and noisy, so they directly called the police. However, they soon realized that the child who had been jumping and jumping down below, the seemingly energetic youth, had already disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo came to Hu Ruoyun's house and solemnly and respectfully knocked on the door. Hu Ruoyun opened the door and was shocked to see Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Xiaoduo?" Hu Ruoyun's voice changed in surprise. "Why you here? Quick, come in." Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. "Aren't I here to give you a New Year's greeting?" As he spoke, piles of gifts were piled out as if he was performing a magic trick. Hu Ruoyun was busy tidying up and complaining endlessly, scolding Zhuo Xiaoduo for being wasteful. Zhuo Xiaoduo just chuckled and continued to take out gifts. It was not until now that he suddenly felt that his wandering and lonely heart had calmed down. The teacher in front of him was the person who treated him the most kindly and had no desire for profit. Apart from his parents and sisters Zhuo Xiaoduo, Hu Ruoyun was the closest person to Zhuo Xiaoduo that he could not let go of. No one could compare. Li Changjiang came out of the room and chatted with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun did not care about the gifts on the floor. She was so excited that she felt like she was going to explode and cook. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally had a sumptuous dinner here. All the most expensive dishes that might not even appear during the new year were all placed on the table after Hu Ruoyun's preparation. "Eat more. Don't drink too much. Li Changjiang, you're persuading him to drink again. Xiaoduo is still a child. Why can't you teach him something better?" Hu Ruoyun said coldly. "This Xiaoduo, eat this. Do you still want to eat leek pancakes? You can't make pancakes during the first lunar month. You can eat them after the first lunar month. Remember, don't eat sesame seed pancakes. Don't eat any pancakes. Remember? This is a tradition passed down from ancient times. This kind of thing that has been fried over and over again is not to be eaten until the 15th of the first lunar month. Do you understand? We have to avoid this kind of torture. Well, when you have your own family in the future, don't forget this during the new year. You must remember it." Yes, I will remember." Zhuo Xiaoduo ate until his mouth was full of oil. He drank glass after glass of wine into his stomach. While Hu Ruoyun kept rolling her eyes and nagging, he raised his glass with Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang, who had been scolded for persuading him to drink, was the first to get drunk. Zhuo Xiaoduo was fine, but Bai's face didn't even blush. "You're so useless." Hu Ruoyun had a new topic. "You can't drink so much, but you still want to show off. You can't even accompany Xiaoduo to his heart's content. What can you do?" Li Changjiang, who was like a pile of mud, said with his last clear mind, "Your double standards are really." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already fallen asleep and lost consciousness. "Ha!" Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed happily. Zhuo Xiaoduo stayed until 11 o'clock in the evening. Only then did he bid farewell to Hu Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a home in Phoenix City. It was the new year, and there was no reason for him to stay overnight. But she still gave him a few words of warning and let him go. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and forced out the smell of alcohol. Then, he divided the things he had brought into hundreds of portions. Stealthily, he circled around Phoenix City and secretly sent a copy to the families of those who had sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Many people only discovered the next morning that there was a thick pile of money on their dining table. There were also cultivation resources that exuded spiritual energy. There were also New Year's goods for the new year, such as tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea of the highest quality. Then there was a note. "Happy New Year." 10 minutes past 2 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to Phoenix Head Cemetery alone and came to He Yuanyue's tomb. In front of the tombstone, the incense and candles were still burning. Smoke was still rising in spirals. He didn't know who had just left. Grandma he old principal. I'm about to break through to the god-reigning realm. Zhuoxiaoduo lit the paper money and fiddled with it carefully. The flame grew bigger and bigger. Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, Li Chengming, these guys are all doing well now. Don't worry, the students from second high are all very promising. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll wake him up. In the wooden house next to him, there was a creak and Sister Lan walked out. Xiaoduo, why are you back? It had been a long time since they last met. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly found that Sister Lan seemed to have aged a lot. Her originally black hair was now gray. Aunt Lan, it's the new year. You didn't go back to visit? Zhuoxiaoduo said. It's the new year. I was afraid that your grandma he would be even more lonely, so I stayed to accompany her. Sister Lan smiled faintly. How are you now? The two chatted for a while. It was already close to dawn. The night was about to end. Zhuoxiaoduo was about to leave. Before he left, he said, Professor Lan, I don't think you'll be here much longer. If one day you see a red spider lily growing on Grandma he's grave, the day it blooms will be the day you leave. Sister Lan's eyes lit up. She looked up. Xiaoduo, you mean? Why didn't I say anything? Zhuoxiaoduo said, that's all you need to know. Sister Lan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, can I still find her? Zhuoxiaoduo said, even if you find her, she won't be Hiyuanyue anymore. The light in Sister Lan's eyes dimmed. Then I'd like to see. When the time comes, we'll see. Zhuoxiaoduo used a drop of destiny on Sister Lan to confirm her condition. He wasn't worried. She would be safe for at least 3 months. I'm leaving. Xiaoduo, take care. Zhuoxiaoduo returned to where the Meng conglomerate's headquarters used to be. Now it was Phoenix City's scenic spot, the center of the lake. Finally, he left without a sound. He returned to Fenghai without a word. The trip back and forth made Zhuoxiaoduo feel like he'd grown up a lot. His state of mind was calmer than before. Although he was still the same boy. Ayaya. Growing up is so annoying. Zhuoxiaoduo pulled at his hair and screamed as he flew through the air. Behind him, the gray-robed old man kept following him. With his extraordinary cultivation, he naturally did not have to worry about being discovered by Zhuoxiaoduo. He followed Zhuoxiaoduo all the way home, saw him fooling around, saw him drinking, saw him setting off firecrackers, saw him sweeping the tombs, saw him sending New Year goods and gifts to many people. That the fondness in the old man's eyes grew stronger and stronger. This little thing has a good temperament. It's just that he's too soft-hearted. It's a strength, but also a weakness. But overall, he's not bad. He's a good kid. But how could Zhuo Changchang give birth to such a good son? He obviously got my daughter's excellent DNA. Just look at this lousy name. What a lousy name. Zhuo Changchang. Other than that long saber of yours, which part of you is long? Legend has it that a person's name symbolizes something. If Zhuo Changchang is a long saber, then what is Zhuoxiaoduo? Fortune, luck, benefits, treasures. Does he have something in common with Xiaoduo? Speaking of which, this little guy's luck is pretty good too. He has so many treasures of the mysterious ice soul. If the ice nether witch saw them, she'd be so jealous that she'd die. But his temperament is too pure. He still needs to be polished. If he's so soft-hearted, he'll definitely suffer in the future, the old man muttered as he touched his chin. Zhuoxiaoduo was about to reach Fenghai when he suddenly sighed with emotion. New Year is so boring. So boring. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the city yet. Otherwise, his voice would have disturbed the peace and quiet again. Boring? Do you want to talk to someone? A gloomy voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting someone's whining. Who's that? Zhuoxiaoduo was startled. With my current cultivation, I didn't even notice that someone was following me. Oh my God. That's so scary. Looking back, he saw a gray-robed old man who looked to be about 60 or 70 years old. His body was slightly stooped, and his hair was slightly white. But overall, he still looked very tall, imposing and burly. However, the old man had a gloomy smile on his face. His eyes were gloomy, his face was gloomy, and his whole body was gloomy. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes focused on the gloomy smile on the old man's face. This person is definitely not a good person. This was Zhuoxiaoduo's first thought. Then, his second thought was, I probably can't defeat this person. Young Master Zhuo, who had always planned before taking action and was extremely afraid of death, threw a luck point over. What the fuck? Nothing? Wouldn't that be much, much higher than me? Judging from his appearance, he's 99% likely a high-level fighter from the Umno Alliance. Zhuoxiaoduo thought quickly and suddenly laughed. He stood with his left hand behind his back and his right hand pointing at the rolling mountains in front of him. He said with a smile, Old man, it's fate that brought us together. The old man tilted his head. Oh. Doesn't the mountain range in the distance look like a sleeping dragon from ancient times? It's majestic and imposing. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. He didn't wait for an answer and directly said, thinking back to the ancient times, how many almighty experts couldn't wake up after taking a wrong step? Especially during this new year, I can't help but feel a lot more. The old man was slightly surprised and said, Oh? Zhuoxiaoduo said with melancholy, At this moment, when I see this, I can't help but want to recite a poem. Recite a poem? The old man looked more and more confused. Is there something wrong with my grandson's brain? I clearly appeared with the aura of an enemy. One look and you can tell that I don't have good intentions. But after seeing me, you actually want to recite a poem? What's wrong with your brain? Zhuoxiaoduo still looked melancholy and flirtatious. He pointed at the dark mountains in the distance and recited, From afar, the black mountains look like soaring dragons. Thinking of the past, the swords were like rainbows. Once upon a time, the martial arts world was like a storm. Zhuoxiaoduo recited slowly. The old man couldn't help but think in his heart. This poem, although it was ordinary as an impromptu work, it was still passable. Looking at the last sentence of the title, perhaps it was the finishing touch that made the whole poem sublimate. Seeing that Zhuoxiaoduo seemed to be thinking, the old man looked forward to it and thought at the same time. What should he continue with the fourth sentence? He didn't expect this kid to have such literary talent that he saw that Zhuoxiaoduo was slowly pacing back and forth as if he was thinking. Then he saw this kid's body leaning forward and his feet seemed to be exerting force. Then whoosh. Chapter 952. Xiu. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was originally in a state of stillness, unleashed all of his strength and executed the heavenly origin escape art. This was the strongest escape art that came from his father, Zhuochanglu. His speed instantly increased to more than 10 times his usual peak speed. At this moment he was definitely going all out. This old man was too strong. If he didn't run now, he might lose his life. Zhuoxiaoduo's speed had reached an astonishing level. Even the space was shattered by his sudden burst, leaving a black hole in its wake. The old man was still pondering over the last line of the poem. What should he continue with? This kid's literary talent was pretty good. It seemed like the couple had taught him well. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly saw that the brat in front of him had disappeared with a whoosh. He disappeared. The old man was still in disbelief. He focused his gaze and realized that the kid had really disappeared. At this moment, the old man almost laughed out of anger. With your little bit of cultivation, with your little tricks, you actually want to play tricks in front of your father. Damn, that's not right. I can't call myself this daddy now. That would be lowering my seniority and being taken advantage of. Without another word, the old man waved his hand. A black gas flashed and tore the space apart, revealing a passage. As the space tore apart, the old man didn't even move when he saw Zhuoxiaoduo running for his life. He was running like a ray of light with a smug smile on his face that the old man reached out his hand from the torn space and grabbed. Get back here. In this instant, Zhuoxiaoduo had already fled dozens of kilometers away. His movement speed was still increasing. Even a peak Skysoar realm expert would sigh helplessly when facing such explosive power and extreme speed. When he looked back, Zhuoxiaoduo realized that the other party wasn't chasing after him. Finally, he felt a little relieved. Who's this? It's too scaried up, but at least I escaped. As long as I enter the territory of Fenghai, the other party should be wary of me and won't dare to attack me anymore, right? Just as a certain someone was rejoicing in his heart, he suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. It felt as though someone had grabbed him, and then he was suddenly pulled back. Countless scenes flashed past his eyes. This was him being pulled back at an extremely fast speed. The speed of his retreat was even faster than his top speed. It was several times faster than his top speed. What the hell? Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Without another word, he grabbed the earth hairdryer. The space in front of him changed. In the blink of an eye, he was back at his original spot. The old man's gloomy face appeared before him. Kid, you dare to run. Pooh. Zhuoxiaoduo made a prompt decision and raised the earth hairdryer. With regards to this, the old man was obviously shocked, but he only let out a muffled groan. The air in front of him condensed, and the poisonous fog that had always been successful was completely fixed in the air. Then he used his hands to gather it, as if nothing had happened. If that was all, although Zhuoxiaoduo would be surprised, he wouldn't be shocked to death. What scared Zhuoxiaoduo the most was the old man's next move. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas mixed with a strange luster. Part of the poisonous gas had entered the old man's body during the surprise attack just now, but the other party was completely fine and spat it out in one breath? What the hell, what kind of cultivation is this? What level of cultivation is this? The old man angrily cursed, Kid, what kind of upbringing are you? You want to kill me the first time we meet? The old man's heart was still filled with fear. This little bastard actually hid the poison made by the non-poisonous sorcerer in his body. Even if the non-poisonous sorcerer personally used the poison, it might not be able to do anything to him. But this time, it appeared on this kid's body. It was too unexpected. The sudden change caught him off guard, and he actually sucked in a mouthful of the poison. Although he wrapped it with his true core strength in time and spat it out without any hindrance, the uncomfortable feeling still lingered. Strictly speaking, he had actually lost by a single move just now. Thinking of this, the strength of his hand holding Zhuoxiaoduo increased a little. Zhuoxiaoduo squeaked and stuck out his tongue. He almost peed in his pants. With a thought, the earth hairdryer disappeared. Then, with a whoosh, Xiao appeared on the scene. A ball of flame appeared out of nowhere and landed on the old man's face like a bolt of lightning. What is this? The old man was prepared this time. Although it was still unexpected, he reached out his hand to block his face at the critical moment. However, he felt pain in his palm and subconsciously grabbed it. With a light boom, Xiao Zhao's entire body burst into flames. The heat wave even made the old man panic. He hurriedly raised his head. Xiao, who was lucky enough to break free, flew back with a whoosh and fled into the space exterminating tower with its tail between its legs. His little heart was pounding. This old guy is too powerful. I can't defeat him. It's too dangerous. The old man blinked and there was nothing in front of him. He directly picked up Zhuoxiaoduo and said angrily, What was that just now? Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was completely cold to the back of his feet. He was finished. This old guy is too strong. He was still not a match for him even after using all his trump cards. This time, he was really finished. However, he still felt that he could save himself. He hurriedly put on an innocent, pure, handsome, and cute face. Hello, old man. I'm really lucky today to meet you again and again on the wrong side of the road. I'm sincerely glad. It's really fate. Puff 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 puff. Zhuoxiaoduo was beaten up violently. What was with this long-lost sour feeling? Why did he feel a little nostalgic? He was beaten up. It was good that he was beaten up. Being beaten up meant that he wouldn't be killed. That the old man was so angry that he didn't want to talk anymore. He was actually plotted against twice by the same person today. Moreover, both times seemed to be successful. Fortunately, this brat's cultivation base is not high. If it was someone else with the same cultivation level as me, I would have been dead by now. Duo was beaten up violently. He was not spared from head to toe. However, he felt relieved. Although it was an unusually sour and fat beating, this old man obviously didn't want to kill him? Let me think about it carefully. He was thinking while being beaten up. Then he felt a strong murderous aura coming towards him. Why aren't you talking? What about your flowery words, your coincidental meeting on the wrong side of the road? Do you still feel lucky now? What did I say? What was that thing that was on fire just now? It was on fire. It was a fireball. Duo had a fawning smile on his face. He channeled the flaming sun scripture. Immediately, a ball of fire appeared in his palm. The flames rose up and were extremely dazzling. Just this. A little trick. A little trick. Not this. The old man was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. I was already paying attention to it. How could I be fooled by a little bastard like you? Puma, what is my cultivation level? Therefore, Duo put on an adorable expression and looked at the old man. This is it. Really, this is it. Crackle. Are you going to say it or not? I'll say it. Say it. This is it. Just like this. Channeling, fire, boom appeared. Crackled at the old man was furious. Duo was screaming in pain. His butt was already swollen. However, the more Duo was beaten up, the more relaxed he felt. Yes, Master Zhuo was definitely not a masochist. The reason why he felt relaxed was because he judged that the other party did not have any killing intent. Since he did not want to kill me, he was not an enemy. That this old man's cultivation was so high that it was far beyond the scope of my knowledge. I had already plotted against this old man twice, but it was only a physical punishment. It couldn't even be considered a small punishment. He must be one of us. Could it be that my ancestor, the Minister Vigilant, has personally come? Who knows? Then this is not a bad thing. It is a good thing. There will definitely be a lot of benefits for me later. I'm going to get carried away again. As long as I can make this old man happy, what's the big deal about my butt? You can go ahead and greet me. Even if you want to greet my butt with all your might, I can take it. After a long time, the old man suddenly asked, what was the last line? Xiaoduo's face was bruised and swollen. What last line? He had already forgotten. That poem. The old man was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Xiaoduo racked his brains, but in his nervousness, he had already forgotten the first 3 lines. Hence, he asked humbly, do you still remember what the first 3 lines were? Don't hit me. I really don't remember. Crackle crackle. Another series of buttocks greetings. The old man was so angry that he was panting. He thought that this kid was not bad earlier, but now, he just wanted to beat him to death. How did your parents raise you to this age? How did they not die from anger? The old man was puzzled and asked subconsciously. He knew his daughter's temperament best. If she met someone like Xiaoduo, she would probably beat him to death 8 times a day. With this temperament, to be able to survive under his daughter's hands and grow up to this age, this kid's tragic childhood was predictable. The bitterness of his childhood was even more predictable. It was unbearable to look back on and difficult to express. My parents. Xiaoduo immediately relaxed. Elder, do you know my parents? Aren't we relatives? The old man stared at him. What do you mean? Is your surname Zhuo? Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. With your high cultivation, I can't even withstand a pinky poke from you. Are you a sky inspecting minister? The old man was stunned. What? Who did you say I was? Why can't I understand what this brat is saying? How did he connect the preamble? Is he trying to scare me? Is he trying to scare me with his father? Xiaoduo was in high spirits, full of expectation and a deep longing that was hard to describe. Tell me, are you our Zhua clan's ancestor, the heaven-inspecting minister? Xiaoduo's little abacus rang loudly in his heart. If he was, then he would be rich. If he wasn't, my words were very clear, right? My ancestor is the sky surveyor minister. Old kid, I'll scare you to death. Let me ask you, are you scared? Chapter 953. The old man's face instantly darkened. However, he had been around for so many years, and had experienced too many things. With a flash of inspiration, he understood everything in his mind. It seemed that the identities of these two people were still confidential. Even his own son didn't know the truth. Was he planning to let his son gain more experience? Or was it to protect him? Then this kid didn't know anything, and he actually bluffed to scare me. This kid's brain is quite flexible. The old man's brain instantly turned very quickly, and he thought of many things. It had to be said that the old man was quite shrewd. With just one sentence from Zhuoxiao Duo, the old man had almost deduced everything. Especially when he connected the dots between Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who were reincarnated into the mortal world and hadn't used their real identities, he couldn't help but be even more certain. He rolled his eyes and said, "The Sky Surveyor throne is nothing. This kid dares to compete with me? Compared to me, he's nothing." Zhuoxiao Duo was disappointed, but there was still hope. Although this old man wasn't the Sky Surveyor throne, his tone was boundless. It should be known that the #1 expert of the Umno Alliance, the Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible, was only on par with the Sky Surveyor throne. However, this old man was actually disdainful of the Sky Surveyor throne. How strong was he? Although there was a high possibility that he was bragging, no ordinary person would dare to boast to such an extent. It seemed that this old man was definitely not a small old man. He must be an expert, an expert, an expert, an expert. He couldn't help but become more cautious and said, "This junior doesn't dare to ask, 'What is your name?'" The old man snorted and thought to himself, "My daughter and son-in-law didn't use their real names. If they won't tell this kid, then I won't tell him either." He rolled his eyes and said, "My surname. Why do you care what my surname is? Your life is in my hands, and you're in a precarious situation. How dare you ask about my background? You're quite bold, kid." The old man was also depressed. He wanted to use his murderous aura to scare this kid, but he couldn't muster up any killing intent in his heart. However, looking at her was quite pleasing. He always wanted to spank her. Zhuoxiao's waist was grabbed by the old man and carried in his hand. It was like a person carrying a puppy. It was convenient for him to slap Zhuoxiao's butt, but it was also a fact that the posture was extremely indecent. Zhuoxiao Duo hastily smiled apologetically. "I was just curious. You don't even put the Sky Inspecting Minister in your eyes. This is your seniority. You must be one of the most powerful people in this world." The old man's face was a little dark as he said indifferently, "The Sky Patrolling Minister is really nothing in front of this old man." He thought to himself, "When he sees me, that brat runs faster than a rabbit. It's hard to even see his face." His original little brother had become his father-in-law. That old bastard still had the nerve to meet him? He remembered the time when they were training together and roaming the Jianghu together. He had called Zhuozhuo. Unfortunately, his wife had died early, leaving behind a daughter who had no one to take care of. Therefore, he had no choice but to thicken his skin and bring his daughter along with the group. At the same time, the brothers would take care of the little girl together. In the end, who would have thought that the bastard would actually take care of her to the bed? Why did I become the demon ancestor in the future? You motherfucker, Elder Zhuo, how could you bear to do that? How could you open your mouth to eat? You fucking incest. Old bastard. Back then, I had already broken down that my daughter kept calling you Uncle Zhuo. Elder Zhuo, you were so sanctimonious. Today, you patted my head. Tomorrow, you would praise me. The day after, you would bring me to look for good things and coax my daughter. Back then, I was so grateful that I kept treating you to wine to thank you for taking care of my little girl. Who knew that I would actually thank you so much? Thinking of this matter, he lowered his head and looked at Zhuoxiao Duo. Suddenly he was furious. And now, she had even given birth to a son. Anger rose in his heart. Therefore, he gave Zhuoxiao Duo a good spanking. On his butt. Zhuoxiao Duo was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Didn't we already have a good conversation just now? Why are you spanking my butt all of a sudden? Did I say something wrong? There's nothing wrong with what I said. I said that you must be a big shot. In the end, you turned around and spanked me. But, Elder, Put me down first? Zhuoxiaoduo felt that his but had evolved from half a day high to a balloon. Moreover, it was the kind that was very inflated when blown up. However, this made him feel even more fearless. This old man spanked me like an elder spanking his grandson. He was only willing to hit the part with the thickest flesh. I'm definitely not in danger. What I should think of now is how to use my small size to ask for a greeting gift. How can an elder not give a greeting gift when meeting a younger one? A greeting gift must be something good. This is the principle that mother taught me. Put me down? You can't put me down. The old man shook his head repeatedly. This old man was an experienced and wise man. Although he had only known Zhuoxiaoduo for a short time, he had already seen through this kid's extremely slippery character. He was impulsive and his character was even worse. Once he made a move, it was a series of killer moves. He was like a loach in oil, slippery and difficult to deal with. Once he suffered a backlash, death would come abruptly. Such a ruthless character would escape with just a little carelessness. How could he let him go so easily? Zhuoxiaoduo watched as the old man dragged him further and further away. He could not help but feel anxious. Where are you taking me? You've spanked my butt for so long. Haven't you gotten your revenge by now? Elder, please be merciful and let me go. I don't know what I've done to offend you. Please tell me, I'll apologize. I'll apologize, I'll kowtow to you. Elder, you look so kind and amiable. You can't be a bad person. I've offended you so much, but you didn't want to hurt me. You must be a kind person. You. Elder. Please let me go. I've stored a lot of good wine in the villa. Good cigarettes. Good. How can you let me go? I still have a lot of things to do. I'm busy every day. I'm very busy, very busy. There are too many things waiting for me to deal with. If I'm not here for a day, I don't know how many people will lose their jobs, how many people won't have money to buy rice, how many people won't have enough money to eat, and how many people will cry piteously for food. One sentence after another, begging for mercy, flattery, and all kinds of good words were like the rising tide of the sea. It was a pity that the old man in the gray robe turned a deaf ear. Zhuoxiaoduo's cultivation was restrained. He couldn't move at all. He could only keep his head, hands, and legs drooping. He was like a defeated dog, carried by the old man by his belt, flying thousands of miles in the sky. He watched as the mountains flew past him at a rapid speed. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't stop talking. His mind was racing, but he was anxious and unbearable. This old man, it seems that he won't let me go. More importantly, this old man's cultivation was so high that it was unimaginable. It was so high that it was beyond his knowledge. In this old man's hands, he could do whatever he wanted with him. He couldn't resist at all, and could only accept it passively. This was the most terrible thing. Zhuoxiaoduo had always hated situations that were out of his control, let alone his own life and death in the hands of others. His destruction was just a thought away. Even if he was sure that the old man had no intention of taking his life, this uncomfortable feeling still lingered. But it's true that this old man doesn't have any evil intentions. He just carried me like this and didn't even search my body. If it were someone else who saw the earth hairdryer and Xiao, they would definitely search their space rings. But this old man obviously didn't. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed in his heart. He should be one of us, but his temper is a little strange. What bad luck. Why did I meet such an old man? Along the way, the dense meteors in the sky fell without interruption, but the old man didn't care at all. He just walked forward like this. The meteors that fell on him or on the way forward were all smashed into pieces by the tyrannical protective spiritual energy. Many of them had already shattered before they could even come into contact with the Qi shield. Zhuoxiaoduo saw this scene and wisely shut his mouth. This old man is not just strong, he's too strong, too strong. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at all the experts he had met in his life and was shocked to find that this old man's strength was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond all the experts he had seen in the world. Including Uncle Nan, who had attacked him that time, and even the phantoms of his parents, none of them could match up to this old man's profound and tyrannical cultivation. This old man was indeed the most powerful master he had ever met in his life. "Old man, may I ask your name?" Duo asked. "My surname is Wu." The old man's face darkened. "Well, I'll take my wife's surname for the time being. Look what this Chang has done. Your surname is Wu, right? What a coincidence. You have the same surname as my mother. Otherwise, I would feel very close to you when I see you." "Then I'll call you Grandpa Wu." Duo racked his brains to get close to the old man. The old man tilted his head and thought for a while. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this name, so he nodded and said, "At your age, you should call me Grandpa." Duo cursed in his heart, "You old bastard, you should call me Grandpa." But he said sweetly, "Grandpa Wu, I really feel very close to you when I see you. That feeling is very similar to when I see my mother." The old man's heart felt inexplicably comfortable and he said, "We're fated." Zhuo Xiaofeng's mouth was as sweet as honey. "Look at how tired you are carrying me. Put me down and I'll run with you." "I won't run away. You're my grandfather. How can I run away?" The old man snorted and said, "You'll run away one day." All the way to the south, the surrounding temperature began to rise slowly, and then it slowly became cold. Suddenly, Duo, who had been saying New Year's greetings all the way, suddenly stopped. He was stunned by the scene on the ground in front of him. Chapter 954. Duo was high up in the air. He saw rows upon rows of tombstones on the ground as far as the eye could see. They were neat and tidy, stretching out from front to back and left to right. There was no end in sight. No matter if one looked at it vertically or diagonally, all the tombstones appeared to be in a straight line, extending straight to the other end of the endless horizon. An intense feeling of shock suddenly welled up in his heart. In this forest of tombstones, one could vaguely see scattered figures moving about. They were moving about, burning incense, weeding, drinking, and sitting quietly. There were so many tombstones, and many of them were covered with thick traces of rain and wind. But there wasn't even a single weed growing on the tombstones. Whether it was the brothers who came to sweep the tombstones or the comrades who stood guard here, they wouldn't allow any weeds to grow on the tombstones of their comrades. Every year, fresh soil would be transported from afar and scattered on the tombstones. In this way, in the eyes of the living, their brothers had just died and their heroic spirits hadn't left. I still haven't forgotten the scene of that year. Their faces are still fresh in my heart. On each tombstone, there was a young face. Some were solemn, some were smiling, some were grinning, some were pulling faces mischievously, some had swollen eyes, some were eating steamed buns with half a steamed bun in their mouths. Looking up in shock, these frozen faces were all quietly observing the world in front of them. They were quietly accompanying their comrades by their side. There were also some tombstones where men and women were buried together. The pictures on the tombstones were wedding photos of the two parties involved, full of happy smiles as they snuggled up to each other, looking at the world of mortals. In a place far away from Zhuo's line of sight, there was an enormous tombstone that towered into the sky. At a glance, it was at least 300 meters tall. At a glance, it was even more majestic than an ordinary mountain. There were huge black words on it. "Success doesn't depend on me. I have no regrets in this life. Neither success nor failure is in the annals of history. I have done my best in this battle." On the other side, there was an entrance and a couplet. "The spirits of heroes may enter, but the souls of cowards shall not." Next was a stately building with a courtyard filled with wreaths. There was only one passageway leading to the Hall of Martyrs. Entering the Hall of Martyrs, there were 4 entrances: north, south, east, and west. There were people from the east, south, west, and north legions stationed here at all times to welcome the heroic souls of their respective armies. They each led the heroic souls to reunite with their former comrades. When Duo arrived and looked down from above, he could clearly see that the people standing at the entrance were all soldiers in military uniforms. Many of them were holding memorial tablets in their arms and holding urns of ashes, waiting quietly. When it was their turn, they walked up with their brothers to send their brothers to their resting place. If it wasn't his turn, he would just have to wait for as long as he could. No one was allowed to speak or do anything before the brothers were sent to the martyr's palace. She was not allowed to cry or laugh. Even if he had to wait for 10 days or a month, he had to maintain the same posture from beginning to end. When a brother was on a long journey, he had to be allowed to leave peacefully and peacefully. How could he be neglected in the slightest? Inside the martyr's palace, soldiers continuously entered and exited in neat rows to welcome the heroic souls. Both sides faced each other and saluted. Then, they divided into 2 rows of guards to escort the heroic souls into the palace. In the distance, there were still many people holding memorial tablets and solemnly walking over. They were at the very back, quietly lining up. Every day, there were tens of thousands of people here, but no one said a word. The entire place was silent. Apart from the sound of footsteps, there was only extreme silence. There were very few movements. This is... Zhuxiaoduo's eyes were filled with shock as he witnessed this scene. His heart was instantly filled with solemnity. He felt an inexplicable urge to cry. He felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. He would never be able to see such a scene from the rear. These densely packed tombstones stretched endlessly. How could there only be a few 100 million people? The old man straightened Zhuxiaoduo and released the restriction on him. Then he led him into the hall of Martyr's Palace's reception building. They hadn't taken more than a few steps, as if they had made an appointment beforehand. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. He had a square face and a solemn expression. His eyes were like a bloodthirsty falcon's. His body trembled when he saw the old man, but he soon saluted him with a straight back. The old man returned the greeting with a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "I'll take this little guy to the Martyrs' Temple Cemetery for a stroll." The middle-aged man nodded silently. He didn't say anything and only extended his hand. His meaning was obvious. "Please do as you wish." He then saluted again and turned to leave. He didn't say a single word from start to finish. He can't talk now, can he? Zhuxiaoduo finally couldn't hold back and asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. "He can talk." The old man sighed and said, "Many, many years ago, he was the one who loved to talk the most. In the whole team, no one laughed more than he did, and no one talked more than he did. His mouth was full of endless words every day, and his brothers called him a chatterbox. That time, he and his brothers completed a mission. He couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart after the mission was completed. He chuckled softly and said only one word, 'Awesome.' But it was that chuckle that alerted the UMNO Alliance and caused the successful infiltration mission to fail on the verge of success. After a chase, all of his brothers died an unnatural death. Instead, he was the one who was sent out by his brothers at the risk of their lives. Since then, he has not spoken a single word. Later on, he applied to be stationed at the Martyr's Palace. There's even less of a need to talk here." The old man sighed. 5,000 years have passed since then. But he hasn't even coughed once. He hasn't even talked in his sleep once. 5,000 years. Zhuxiaoduo felt a surge of sourness and heat shoot straight to his head. For a moment, he couldn't form a single word. He was speechless for a long time. The old man led Zhuxiaoduo all the way out of the building. Then, they were already in the middle of an unusually vast cemetery. The ground was flat and smooth, like a mirror. On the tombstones, youthful faces slid past his eyes one after another. On the furthest side of the tombstone, there was a woman with a face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. She was smiling sweetly on the tombstone. "That's the wife of the heavenly king of the right." The old man sighed softly and walked over to offer an incense stick and a jar of wine. Zhuxiaoduo was shocked. The wife of the heavenly king of the right. Even such a big shot had fallen? When he took a few steps closer, he saw that there were still words on the tombstone. "My beloved wife, Nian Fenghua's tomb. Don't worry, girl. We'll meet again sooner or later. Don't be petty, I won't marry another." Zhuxiaoduo's heart felt like it was being pounded by a heavy hammer. The old man sighed softly. "The heavenly king of the right has been single ever since. Because of his marriage, the star-plucking monarch and the others have beaten and scolded him countless times. But every time, he would just cover his head and take the beating without saying a word. As he got older and older, no one urged him anymore. Every year, he would come here and drink quietly a few times. He would come on his wife's birthday, their wedding anniversary, his wife's death anniversary. Don't be fooled by the fact that he doesn't seem to be serious every day. But in fact, he's suffering in his heart. The old man sighed softly. Don't think that you won't fall just because you've become a senior. You're all human, and you're all fated. You'll die just like that. There's no need to talk so much about it. The old man sighed. Then he walked to the back and came to another tomb. The tomb of the Sword Emperor, Xiao Wuji. Back then, the Sword Emperor and the Saber Spirit shocked the Sun Moon Pass. Back then it was the same as now. Many people fought with their lives for many years. Some even became friends with their opponents for a long time. Some were even. During that battle, the Sword Emperor, Xiao Wuji, suddenly felt something. He sent a letter to the Umno Alliance's Heavenly King Ling Yun and invited him for a drink. Heavenly King Ling Yun came alone, and the two of them got drunk. A month later, the Sword Emperor fell into Heavenly King Ling Yun's ambush in order to save his brother who was trapped. In the end, he died in battle. Heavenly King Ling Yun and a few other Umno Alliance's Heavenly Kings personally killed the Sword Emperor and sent his corpse back. They also gifted the Umno Alliance with 1,000 jars of fine wine. 3 days later, Heavenly King Ling Yun of the Umno Alliance suddenly passed away silently in the Umno Alliance's camp. Everyone knew that Heavenly King Ling Yun was injured by the Sword Emperor's final attack and couldn't survive. However, only a few people knew that Heavenly King Ling Yun didn't want to live anymore after the Sword Emperor's death. He didn't want to go to the underworld alone. The old man sighed. He opened a jar of wine and filled 3 cups. 2 cups were placed in front of the tombstone, and 1 cup was held by himself. He said softly, "Brothers, I hope that when you reach the other side, you won't be enemies anymore. Let me give you a toast. I hope that you won't be lonely on the road together." After saying that, he raised his head and downed the cup in 1 gulp. After the fragrance of the wine dissipated from the tombstone, he gently poured the wine in his cup. "Drink more." He then took out a few more jars of wine and poured them down. He sighed softly and said, "Heavenly King Ling Yun of the Umno Alliance was a woman. The Sword Emperor never married, and Heavenly King Ling Yun never married." Zhuoxiao Duo was enlightened. No wonder the old man had said that he was wondering how the 2 big shots were like. It turned out that they were on different sides, and it was difficult for them to walk side by side on the road together. When he put himself in their shoes, he couldn't help but feel endless bitterness for this pair of lovers. People's feelings never stop because of some kind of enmity or feud. Feelings are often the most difficult thing to control. Once feelings were born, they were naturally the hardest to control. The Sword Emperor and Heavenly King Ling Yun knew each other well because of their enmity. They developed feelings for each other, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Just like that, they fought for their lives. You had your responsibilities, and I had my mission. You couldn't back down, and I couldn't give up. We could only fight until we died. Both of us died. Zhuoxiao Duo sighed softly. At the last moment, I'm afraid the Sword Emperor was tired of living. They were tied down and tortured for their entire lives. The old man smiled bitterly. The 2 disciples of the Sword Emperor at that time, one was Dongfang Xingyang, and the other was the Sword Sovereign. Both of them could already hold their own. He sighed, but there was still more to it. Chapter 955. The old man stood up and led Zhuoxiao Duo forward. Finally, they arrived in front of a tombstone. This tombstone was obviously different from the previous ones. There were no names or photos on it, only numbers. Demon Monarch of Astral Souls, 36, 1. From 1 to 36, not a single one was missing. The old man's face darkened visibly. Here, none of his subordinates were left. They were all here. Wine jars flew into the air one by one, and countless wine poured down from the air like a waterfall. Old brothers, I'm here to see you, the old man said softly. Jars of wine flew out as if they were following orders. They went to a tombstone, opened automatically, and poured down on their own. 36 tombstones poured down like a flash flood. The old man sat in front of the tombstone, motionless for a long time with his eyes closed. In the battle that year the Umno Alliance had a peerless talent like this kid. He secretly sent 4 demon monarchs to kill him in the Umno Alliance. However, this kid was protected by the soul clone of the Ice Abyss Witch. He ordered the Great Witch of the Ice Abyss and the Great Witch of the Raging Fire to attack together, while he led the demon army under his command to provide support. After a round of bitter battle, he finally managed to rescue them with great difficulty. Then, he rejoiced that the Great Witch of the Flood had suddenly appeared, and death was imminent. In that battle, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer directly flew over his head and smashed the sun and moon until they lost their light. The heavens and the earth were miserable. 12 of the 36 demon monarchs who participated in the battle died one after another. In the end, when he was also seriously injured and was about to die, the remaining 24 joined forces to surround him and self-destructed. They sacrificed their lives to temporarily trap the Flood Great Witch. Only then did they blast open a way out for him. Until now, sitting in front of the tombstone, he seemed to hear the desperate cries of his 36 brothers. Boss, let's go. If you don't go, we brothers won't die in peace. In the end, the cluster of mushroom clouds seemed to still be in front of his eyes. 2 streams of tears fell from the old man's eyes. Flood, oh Flood, I know that you have a long-term vision. What you want is only to improve, only to reach the top. But, even though I know, I can't do as you wish. Because at that time, the first thing we considered was survival, not supremacy. Flood, although you have your reasons, this old man still chooses to be irreconcilable with you. This enmity and hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. In this life, only one of us can survive. My brothers are waiting for me, and they are waiting for you. From the old man's ring came the screeching sound of the divine weapon rubbing against the scabbard. It was as if the divine weapon had smelled the scent of blood and could not wait to leave the scabbard and fight again. The old man silently stroked the ring, and the clanging sound of the blade finally disappeared unwillingly. Don't worry. One day, I'll take you out of the scabbard. We'll kill the Umno Alliance until the sky is red with blood, and we'll kill that bastard Flood. The old man said softly, as if he was comforting a child. His voice was very soft and gentle, but there was a murderous aura in it that was almost tangible. One day, we'll be completely at ease and have no scruples. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. It's almost there. The old man turned his head to look at Zhuoxiao Duo, and there was a trace of expectation in the depths of his eyes. In his heart, he said quietly, Brothers, don't worry. I'm almost there, or perhaps Flood is about to accompany you. When my grandson grows up, he doesn't need to reach the peak. As long as he reaches the level of Heavenly King, that will be the time for me to let go of everything and fight the final battle. At that time, I'll fight Flood and avenge you. He stooped down and stood up, bringing Zhuoxiao Duo along as he walked forward. In the mausoleum forest, he walked forward with his hands behind his back. His gaze was bleak, and only his aura was faintly visible. He was like an old general in his twilight years, inspecting the mighty army that had followed him through hundreds of battles. Zhuoxiao Duo quietly followed behind. He did not know when it started, but he no longer had the intention to run away. The atmosphere here, the solemnity here, made his heart seem to have been sublimated, an unprecedented sublimation. Even his entire soul was purified because of this. Just like that, row after row of tombs, he slowly looked over. Those unfamiliar names, those young faces, row after row. Occasionally, when he saw grass, he would casually pull it out. Everything was natural and logical. Occasionally, there would be people walking toward him, and then they would quietly turn aside and make way for each other. The whole process was silent. Gradually, it became the old man who followed behind Zhuoxiao Duo blindly. Zhuoxiao Duo wandered around the cemetery for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, the old man said, Go out. Even if you walk for another 20 years, you may not be able to finish reading. Zhuoxiaoduo looked back blankly and looked at the neat tombstones. It seemed that in the past, every hot-blooded warrior was smiling at him and calling his name. Zhuoxiaoduo, fight! Fight! Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly clenched his fists, condensed his qi in his hands, and showed his fighting spirit. The old man said faintly, "While you are feeling melancholy for the new year, they will no longer have the chance to celebrate the new year. Never." Zhuoxiaoduo was silent. Then he felt his body shake, and he rose into the air and quickly left the cemetery. The old man brought Zhuoxiaoduo to the cemetery. Throughout the entire process, other than the introduction at the beginning, he didn't say a word and didn't say anything else. What principles, what insights, what thoughts, and so on. He didn't say anything at all. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was very clear in his heart, and he was very sure that he had gained a lot from this trip. This gain was spiritual, and spiritual. Although it could not be transformed into material or even cultivation for the time being, the significance was far-reaching. At least for now, he was no longer as impetuous as before. The incomprehension and disrespect that lingered in his heart before, or rather, he did not understand. Just by looking at this cemetery, he knew where the peace in the rear came from. Zhuoxiaoduo even felt that everyone in the rear should come here to take a look and purify themselves. To purify those who had long been blinded and tarnished by money, fat, power, and beauty, those who should have been human souls. They should not be as numb and impatient as they were now. It was fine to be materialistic, but one could not ignore where all this came from. Without these continuous tombstones, how could there be such materialistic people today? Only those who had been here, who had seen all this, would be so heartbroken when they returned and saw those numb people. That was why. They felt that it was not worth it for the heroic souls. The next moment, the wind whistled. He was already in midair, and the mountains and rivers flashed past. In front of him, there was a majestic pass that could be said to be a magnificent spectacle. Ever since Zhuoxiaoduo became sensible and had memories, the words Sun Moon Pass had been deeply ingrained in his heart and imprinted in his mind. In these years when he was in school, there were too many traces of the words Sun Moon Pass in every book he read. There were countless touching stories that were familiar to him, and the names of countless heroes were connected to these three words. However, this was Zhuoxiaoduo's first time seeing the legendary Sun Moon Pass, but he knew what it was at first glance. This was the Sun Moon Pass. This must be the Sun Moon Pass. In the whole world, only this place was worthy of this name. He saw a continuous and endless pass, which was at least 100 feet high, standing tall on the mountain ridge. Its entire body exuded a kind of color like that of an antique that was being played with. It spanned between heaven and earth, and one could not see the end of it. It could be said to be the Great Wall, but it was not, because it was very wide and could accommodate countless people. Rather than the Great Wall, it was more like a huge city that was tens of thousands of meters wide and millions of miles long. This was the Sun Moon Pass. This was the legendary Sun Moon City. In front of the pass, there was still a bloody battle, and there was not only one place where there was a bloody battle. In front of the pass, there were lofty mountains and steep ridges, and endless ravines. The terrain was extremely complicated and difficult to recognize. Even the entire area in front of the pass, on the boundless land, was almost the same color as the walls of the Sun Moon Pass. As a martial artist, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even need to get too close to recognize that it was the color of dried blood with a single glance. He did not know how much blood was needed to dye such a color. It could only be that kind of batch after batch, generation after generation. The blood in front dried, and the blood in the back splashed again, but the blood kept splashing, drying, and cleaning. In the end, it could no longer be cleaned, and the heavy feeling of time could no longer be washed away. How much blood is needed? Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the outside of the pass. As far as his eyes could see, thousands of miles were filled with this color. He could not help but feel shocked. The old man stood in the air, looking at the vast land, and said coldly, "What you can see now, and what you can't see." are all battlefields that have lasted for countless years. Ever since the Sun-Moon Pass was connected by the heroic spirits of the stars and solidified, no matter if it was the city walls or the battlefield over there, the complete landscape is indestructible. Today, one must at least be a grand magus or at least a heavenly king to be able to stir up a storm in this area. Ordinary sky-soaring realm martial artists, when fighting here, even the slightest bit of dust would not be able to splatter. Every day, even when the war is at its most peaceful, there are tens of thousands of martial artists fighting each other on this battlefield, and they will not rest until one of them is dead. The assassins and hunters of the various armies roam this area. Actually, there are only 3 outcomes when you discover the enemy. You can either be killed, or perish together. Basically, there is no such thing as mutual destruction and retreat. Life in this place. The old man pointed with his finger, and everything in front of him was included. He said indifferently, just like dust. Chapter 956. I brought you here today to show you this graveyard and this battlefield. This land cannot be destroyed, but the people who come here are constantly being destroyed. Lives can be destroyed continuously, but the battlefield, even if it's just a rock connected to a mountain, has not changed or moved for tens of thousands of years. As more and more people die, countless heroic souls live and merge into this land bit by bit, causing the foundation of this land to become more and more indestructible. Even if the star spirit continent collapses, it will be difficult for this land to be destroyed. It will exist independently. Fighting here is already an obsession for the warriors of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. They don't want to live, they want to die. The old man said. However, according to too many rumors, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, who have reached the Heavenly King realm or above, have a good personal relationship. Duo said, if that's the case, can I understand? The heroic souls who die on this battlefield every day, every year are not worth it? After all, they are bleeding and sacrificing here, but the higher-ups of their own and the enemy are probably sitting somewhere, drinking tea and chatting, or even drinking wine. The old man said calmly, this situation is not a rumor, but a reality. Not only that, when the higher-ups of both sides confirm that there is something that they can't solve, they will ask the higher-ups of the other side for help. Once they ask, the other side rarely refuses. These are all very normal things. After so many years of fighting, as long as they go to war, they are mortal enemies. Every pair can be said to be close friends to a certain extent. As the old saying goes, the person who understands you the most is never your friend, but your enemy. Isn't that reasonable? But even if they help each other, it's not a big deal, and it's not a compromise or betrayal. On the contrary, the person involved will feel honored. Whenever they encounter such a situation, they will gather their subordinates and solemnly announce that a certain person has asked them to do something for him. Then, everyone will laugh and be very happy. The whole process seemed to be a very glorious and brilliant thing. And in fact, it is indeed very glorious and outstanding. It is not something that any high-ranking general can obtain the respect and request of the other party. However, this friendship will definitely not extend to the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, as long as there is an opportunity to kill the other party, everyone will go all out and grasp the opportunity that is hard to come by. As for the soldiers who died in battle, who would feel wronged? It won't happen. The feelings between soldiers, enemies, or opponents are incomprehensible to most people. If this were to be brought up to the rear, there would definitely be a bunch of people who would say, so many people are fighting for their lives, but at the end of the day, you guys are actually playing a game. That's just bullshit. Stinks. Just like what happened in the past, there was a high-ranking official here who doted on 2 young ladies. They needed to go to the Umno Alliance to gain some experience and gain some things. General Dongfang directly asked the Heavenly King of the opposing side to take care of the 2 young ladies on my side. They want to go to your side to play. At that time, the Heavenly King agreed without hesitation. He transferred some elites from the military to protect them and gave a strict order, "This is my honor, I can't lose it. If anything happens to the two young ladies, you don't have to come back. I can't explain it to Dongfang Xingyang either." The old man said calmly, "The whole thing is so simple." However, if the people behind the scenes saw the whole thing, they would say that Dongfang Xingyang colluded with the enemy, and that the heavenly king of the Umno alliance forgot about his own family. There are many boundaries that are difficult to explain clearly at certain times and certain stages. The juniors of the Umno alliance, especially those who are not talented in martial arts, come to our land of astral souls to play. Most of them are protected by our military. As long as they don't do anything excessive, they will definitely come and go safely. Of course, this must be explained clearly in advance in order to ensure their safety. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these two tender little girls will turn into a pile of minced meat the moment they step out of the Sun-Moon Pass. If the juniors of the high-ranking officials here lack something in their cultivation, or need something to strengthen their cultivation, they will rarely refuse to do it. It's the same for the other side. Even though they know that these things will improve the talents of the other side, and may become an opponent in the future. As long as you mention it, they will do it for you. This is mutual respect, a respect that is hard to understand. I'm afraid that you won't mention it, When you truly reach this step, when you truly set foot on this battlefield and experience the slaughter here, you will understand. Many things can't be explained clearly and can't be understood. As for this battlefield, the Sun-Moon Fortress will always be the Sun-Moon Fortress. However, for the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, there is a concept that has been instilled in the hearts of the soldiers. That is, this place is a place to cultivate venomous insects. No matter if it's a heavenly king, a marshal, or anyone else, as long as they can reach a high position, they must fight their way out here. Only by fighting their way out can they achieve a glorious position. Countless soldiers are hoping that they can be the one to fight their way out of the battlefield. Or, their brothers can be the one who fights their way out. Every time before entering the battlefield, countless warriors will encourage each other. If I'm destined to die, I hope that I can be the stepping stone for my brothers. The elder patted Zhuoxiaoduo's shoulder. When you really enter the battlefield, you will realize that the so-called worry of life and death has no room for consideration. It doesn't even exist. As long as you reach the Sun-Moon Fortress, every warrior you see will be happy. Because for them, every day is a gain. The most common sentence that the soldiers here say is, the elder's face turned solemn. He said softly, "For the rest of your life, every minute is a gain." What unwillingness! What unworthy! These are things that only narrow-minded people would think about. These are strange things that only appear in the works of those pedantic scholars. The real heroes who face life and death on the battlefield don't have the time to think about these trivial things. Whenever they have a bit of free time, they will sweep the graves of their brothers, visit their families, or gather together to gamble, sleep, or get drunk. There are also those who are especially energetic when they are not injured on the battlefield. After the battle, they can even call a group of people to fight among themselves. The elder smiled as he said this. Suddenly, he took out 2 sets of military uniforms and put them on for himself and Zhuoxiaoduo. Then he straightened his back. Suddenly, Zhuoxiaoduo magically found that the elder suddenly looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. It was even more exaggerated than turning into a living person. Since you're here today, I might as well show you how the people here talk and how they live their lives. I'll show you a real place where men live. As he said this, he took Zhuoxiaoduo and landed in the Sun-Moon Fortress. They set foot on this land. Zhuoxiaoduo was surprised to find that this place actually had everything that one could possibly want. Or it should be said that as long as there was something in the inland, there was everything here. There were all kinds of shops, all kinds of businesses, all kinds of food. There was a dazzling lineup. Everything. Looking carefully, many of the shops were run by ordinary people. But those who were buying things or strolling on the streets were all warriors. Some of them were in neat military uniforms, and some of them were ruffians. They wore their hats askew and their lapels were open. In the cold weather, the tufts of thick black chest hair on their chests were exposed. They walked with their feet splayed out and spoke loudly and fiercely, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were military ruffians. The elder took Duo and walked toward a warrior who was dressed neatly in military uniform. That person walked straight toward them without dodging. His whole body was overflowing with a valiant aura. The elder smiled and said, "Brother, I'd like to ask for directions." "Dog money. What do you want to ask me for?" This person opened his mouth and said something that could lead to a decisive battle in the rear. His nose was still up in the air. "If you have anything to say, just say it." Duo was stunned. How could he be so rude? Based on Duo's judgment of the elder's cultivation, he did not even need to move. He could kill the person in front of him with just a glance or a breath. The elder scolded, "Dog money, where are the 3 generals and 2 battalions of the Blood Soul Army? I can't find a fucking coin when I come back this time. If you go that way, you'll see a fucking big rock when you turn around. There's a big flag in the yard where the 2 donkey-like guys are standing guard. If you see that, you'll fucking turn right and keep walking. You'll reach the Blood Soul Army's battalions after walking for about 20 miles. Go there and ask, 'Why is it so troublesome?' Don't go there if you think it's troublesome. Do you have anything else to do? No, where the hell are you going? Fuck, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes from my hometown are hard to buy here. This fucking tobacco company is really fucking damned. I can't even buy the cigarettes I want to smoke. Don't go. Leave your name before you go. Are you going to visit my grave? You want to ask for my name? I don't need it. Go and find your fucking battalions." The burly man walked away. The elder turned to Duo. "Did you hear that? Do you understand?" Duo was dumbfounded. "You're so good-tempered. It's as if this guy can't speak when he's not swearing. Is this the Sun Moon Pass?" The elder snorted. "I've never seen anyone who hasn't cursed in the past tens of thousands of years on the battlefield who hasn't cursed. This is still considered light. Some of them can curse 7 or 8 fucking times with just one sentence." Duo was speechless. This seemed to be very different from what he knew. This was completely different from what he saw in the movies and TV series. This place was truly clean. In the entire Sun Moon Pass, it could be said that there was no rubbish or dust to be seen in any nook or cranny. Not even a single cigarette but could be seen. After visiting a few tents, the various military supplies were as spotless as they were in the movies and TV series. They were as clean as tofu. Everyone in the camp looked like human beings. Occasionally, they would talk to each other, but it was just a few harmless words. But once they left the sight of the officers, these guys were simply unrestrained to the point of sensationalism. They would go out and start a fight without saying a word. Then, it would slowly develop to the point where their fellow villagers would join in, and it would evolve into a big group fight, where the gangs would shake each other. There were also those who deliberately looked for trouble to vent their usual dissatisfaction and to ask for a fight. For example, "Come out, I've long found you an eyesore." This couldn't be called a reason at all. When one side called out the name, the other side had already jumped out with a ferocious face. Anyway, everyone's temper wasn't good. As long as someone was looking for trouble, there was basically no possibility of not fighting. They even saw 2 seriously injured people lying there with blood all over their bodies. They were still cursing at each other. Their curses were endless, and their spittle was flying everywhere. Their 18 generations of ancestors were all unscrupulously pulled out and scolded. They didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding taboo. Looking at the resentment, if it weren't for the fact that they were seriously injured and couldn't move, these 2 people would definitely fight until their brains were splattered. The people beside them didn't try to persuade them. They all hugged their arms and watched the show. They played poker when they should, gambled when they should, bet when they should, and did whatever they should, as if nothing had happened around them. Duo listened for a long time and finally understood. One of the 2 people was ambushed, and the other risked his life to save him. Then both of them were seriously injured, but at least they were still alive. However, the other brothers who were on the mission with them were all sacrificed. And this was the crux of the complaint of the two people. One scolded, "Stupid pig. It was such an obvious trap, and you stepped into it like an idiot. If you want to die, can't you not drag others down with you?" The other scolded back, "Who asked you to save me? Who cares if you save me? I've lived long enough. I don't want to live anymore. I've wanted to die for a long time. Fuck, you dragged our brothers down with you. You're a pig. Don't you know strategy?" The more the two scolded, the angrier they became. However, as the people around them whispered, Zhuo Duo understood everything. The so-called accidental stepping into the trap was not due to carelessness. It was because the battle situation had reached that point. For the sake of the overall battle situation, they had to give up on part of it. However, the two of them kept scolding each other, and they didn't stop at all. Zhuo only thought at that moment was, what's there to argue about? What's there to scold? You're uncomfortable, you're unhappy, but I'm even more unhappy. The only result of this is that everyone will be unhappy. Even their spittle will be wasted. Why bother? While they were making a fuss, they suddenly saw a person with a murderous aura descend from the sky. He said angrily, "Is there anyone from Dongshan who's still alive? We were beaten up by people from Western Sichuan. There are so many of them. I can't take this lying down. If there's anyone from Dongshan who's still breathing, come with me." With a loud bang, 7 or 8 people in the room stood up. A group of people in the room next door was also howling. People from Western Sichuan dare to beat up people from Dongshan? They're rebelling. Brothers, get your weapons. If you have the guts, come with me. Then, he saw a group of old military ruffians swarming into the sky with sabers and swords. This. Zhuo's eyelids twitched. Is this the military camp of my dreams? Is this the military camp in TV shows and movies that is clean and tidy, polite and calm? Is this the heroes in TV shows who have serious faces and are full of righteousness? The entire camp I see is filled with demons and demons. Everywhere is filled with demons. Look at those officers who are strolling around and pretending not to see anything. Zhuo's brain was about to explode. As the saying went, seeing is believing. Now that he heard it and saw it with his own eyes, it was really. This is the real military camp. The reality of the military camp is indescribable. The old man patted Zhuo's shoulder. Actually, you just have to think about it. These guys have been here for many years. Every day, if they're not looking at each other, they're looking at their enemies. They're either cultivating, fighting, or taking short breaks. Life is so boring that it's like a pool of stagnant water repeating itself. Moreover, they're constantly facing death and accepting sacrifice. How do you vent this pressure? How do you get rid of the fear of death? How do you squander your exuberant energy? Even if you train and cultivate with your life on the line every day, there will always be times when you're free. When your mind is empty, it's inevitable that you'll miss home, women, children, and parents. However, you can't go back. You still have to face the war here all the time. Whenever you think about it, you'll have the urge to die and cry. How can you not want to vent it? But how do you vent it? The simplest and most direct way is to torture each other. Just fight. Anyway, everyone can fight each other. As long as no one dies, they can still improve their combat power through actual combat. The old man chuckled. He looked at the group of guys outside who were beaten to a pulp. The group of military ruffians who were fighting fiercely in the sky. There was only deep heartache in his eyes. When they spoke, it seemed that they wouldn't open their mouths if they didn't curse. If they didn't agree with each other, they would draw their swords and start a fight. Even a glance could trigger a large-scale armed fight. No matter whether you were in the right or not, if you won, everyone would claim credit for you. If you lost, you would continue to be beaten. Everyone would swarm up and start to beat you up. You actually lost when you went out to fight. You've embarrassed us, brothers. After the brothers beat you up, the senior officer would beat you up again. You actually lost. You've embarrassed me. Often, when you were sleeping at night, there would be a sudden bang. The upper and lower bunks would fight because of a fart from the upper bunk. In an instant, everyone would be thrown off their feet and the bed would be smashed into pieces. Then, it would develop to the point where everyone in the room would join in the fight. Following that, the people in the next room would also join in the fight angrily. Everyone was a martial artist, and all of them were high-level martial artists. How could the commotion caused by people like them be small? After a battle, the camp would be directly destroyed. It would be a scene of devastation. The so-called punishment was nothing more than deducting everyone's wages to repair the camp. It was said that some unlucky fellows actually didn't get paid for 200 years. They either borrowed money every day or went around freeloading on cigarettes, alcohol, and food. Their skin was already as thick as the city walls. The old man took Zhuo to 3 military camps. The situation was basically the same. There was no difference. Look at the surprise in your eyes. Have you been fooled by the television? If a martial artist who is ready to fight at the Sun and Moon Pass and is ready to die at any time can still be so well behaved and follow the rules, it's simply unrealistic. If there's really someone who's so well dressed and courteous to talk to you, then they're either trying to cheat you or want to borrow some money or cultivation resources from you. The old man said, and this kind of borrowing 99% of the time, it's not repaid. The IOU will be written as it should be. No matter how big the IOU is, there will still be people who dare to sign it. But the problem is that they don't even know if they will be alive tomorrow. Can you, the creditor, still be alive tomorrow? How do you collect the debts of the dead? How do you pay back the debts of the dead? As for the so-called military theme in the movies and TV series, I suspect that those scriptwriters have never been in the military at all. They're just a bunch of greedy people who rely on fantasy men to play word games to cheat money. Zhuo's face turned cold. As a greedy and stingy person, he subconsciously thought of his debtors. It seemed that maybe they were also going to the battlefield. If they came here, would they also become such people? Fuck, those guys must be trying to renege on their debts. Even if they are a scholarly scholar, as long as they come to the Sun and Moon Pass, they will be successfully transformed in less than a day. They will be transformed into a rough man who is full of vulgarities, eats meat, and can hold a steamed bun with his hands as soon as his toenails are done. Because if they hesitate for a few seconds, they won't be able to eat anything. The people of the UMNO Alliance are looking forward to going to the battlefield, and so are our people. Because we can get loot if we kill the enemy. But the problem is, these guys on both sides are a bunch of poor bastards. There was once a group of people who wiped out the enemy. They seemed to have a lot of loot. There were more than 700 space rings, but there was nothing in the space rings except weapons. They couldn't even find a piece of low-grade jade of astral souls. Zhuo couldn't help but sigh and said, there are a lot of supplies in the rear. Why didn't they get more and give them to the soldiers to stimulate their cultivation? It's not good to improve their cultivation. A lot? The old man smiled bitterly. Do you know how many people there are in the Sun and Moon Pass? The number of warriors participating in the war here has already exceeded 200 million. Even if it's just low-grade jade of astral souls, one piece per person, it will still cost 200 million. As for low-grade star soul jade, what use would it be to such high-level martial artists? There is no way to distribute it equally. There's not even the slightest chance of that. Of course there are resources, including the donations from the rear, the allocation from the military, and the continuous mining of mines. There are a lot of resources, but it's still far from enough to meet the needs of the front line. There are even a lot of cultivation resources in the storehouses of the various combat troops. But they don't dare to take them out. They can only store them and give them as rewards. Because once the exits are opened and all the warehouses are open to use, the so-called reserves will be used up in no more than 1 year. By then, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to provide rewards and salaries for the soldiers. This is the current situation. This is the reality of the military camp, the real military camp. There are a lot of resources in the rear, but the resources in the rear belong to the rear. They can't be confused with the resources in the front. The resources in the rear not only have to satisfy the needs of the people, but also have to cultivate the future talents. The front line can only be maintained like this. After all, The current situation of the war has become a model where generations of people are passing on the torch. The old man's mood gradually became gloomy as he spoke. Chapter 957. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed. All of a sudden, he felt that the many cultivation resources in his ring were a bit of a burden. If it was in the past, he would never have such a feeling. However, after coming here and seeing the endless cemetery and the warriors who lived and died here, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly had such a feeling. Keep your thoughts to yourself. The old man was experienced in worldly affairs and was constantly paying attention to Zhuoxiaoduo. How could he not know that Zhuoxiaoduo had other thoughts? He said indifferently, "These people are all arrogant to death. They will only use battle merits to obtain resources because that is where the greatest glory lies. It is more important than anything else and cannot be replaced. Even if you give it to them for free, they will only hand it over and then use their military exploits to exchange for it. No one will accept gifts from the outside, even if it is extremely precious or resources that they urgently need but can't get. Because too many of their brothers have died here. If they get it because they only care about their own interests, they will inevitably share the high-quality resources with other brothers. If they don't get it and die, they will only feel more guilty and sad. They will only think that it is their fault. Therefore, everyone uses their military exploits to exchange for rewards. They use their own strength to speak. If they are qualified, they will take it. If they are not qualified, they will not take it. It is the same even if they hand it over from their own hands. This is a kind of pride. And this kind of pride is something that the people in the rear will never understand. The old man's interest was waning as he spoke. He sighed and led Zhuoxiaoduo outside. Boy, it is hard, tiring, miserable, and painful here. But this is the place where real men stay. If you want to be a real man, there is no harm in staying here for a few years. Of course, you have to bet your life. Many warriors who come here go back to the rear because of injuries. But after a few years, they come back again. Some even bring their families back. They do business here not because they can't do business in the mainland, but they don't like the environment and atmosphere in the rear. This is the charm of the military camp. Not many men can resist it. Come early. Zhuoxiaoduo said, Grandpa Wu, from what you said, it sounds like you have quite a high status? You used to be a general? A general of a higher rank than the marshal of the Four Directions? The old man came in and out of the barracks as if he were strolling through a market. The officer who had been silent for thousands of years in front of him made Zhuoxiaoduo think of many things. He was now certain that this old man's identity was definitely not simple at all. The old man snorted and turned around to show him a sign on his chest. He didn't know when, but a sign had appeared on his chest, Patrol. Zhuoxiaoduo was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Was that even possible? As long as you hang up this sign, you'll be invisible to all of the military camps. The so-called patrol is actually a free tour of the military camps. You'll get to experience the atmosphere of the military camps and the reality of the military camps. What's there to patrol in such a lousy place? We can't do anything about fighting or quarreling. We might as well do something about it. The old man obviously had some opinions about the effectiveness of this brand. He actually criticized it for a long time. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed dryly. So that was the case. Patrolled, but even if it was a patrol, it wasn't something that anyone could have, right? Are you done looking? Do you want to continue looking? The old man suddenly asked with a benevolent expression. I'm done. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. After all, the old man's attitude changed a little too quickly. Since you've finished watching, I presume that your state of mind has become much calmer. Then it's time to do some proper business. It's time to work. The old man grabbed the back of Zhuoxiaoduo's neck and lifted him into the air as he hurriedly left. Zhuoxiaoduo was lifted into the air like a salted fish, but he didn't feel out of place. It was probably because this action was too familiar to him. It seemed that his mother had this problem. Later, Nian Cat also inherited his mother's legacy and learned the skill. But this old man, how could he be so familiar with it? Zhuoxiao Duo was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Let me down, I'll walk by myself." The two of them flew out like sharp arrows. They flew all the way out of the Sun-Moon Pass, over the battlefield where the two armies were fighting, over the continuous mountains on the side of the Umno Alliance, and all the way into the interior of the Umno Alliance. Zhuoxiao Duo was confused. This old man didn't look like he wanted to harm him. But why did he do this now? Why did he go straight into the interior of the Umno Alliance? After a long time, the old man carried Zhuoxiao Duo far away from the Sun-Moon Pass. He went all the way into the interior of the Umno Alliance and stopped in the air above the interior of the Umno Alliance. "Boy." The old man sighed and said, "I really didn't want to do this to you, but I had to do it. I had to do it. Son, you must understand me." Zhuoxiao Duo felt more and more threatened. "Grandpa Wu, what are you doing? Don't joke around." The old man sighed. "Your father and I are old friends. We used to be good friends. I really shouldn't do this to you." "Then let me go. You said it yourself, we're old friends. Your father and I are friends. Today, I'm taking you to calm your mind and visit the Sun-Moon Pass. I'm helping him cultivate you. So, our brotherhood is written off." The old man's words were full of disappointment, and his tone was even more disappointed. But Zhuoxiao Duo was getting more and more scared. He could tell that the old man wasn't talking nonsense. Every word he said seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. That sense of sorrow and disappointment. Even if it was someone who was good at acting, it was impossible for them to fake it. How could their relationship be written off just like that? It couldn't be written off. Couldn't it be written off at another time? Zhuoxiao Duo couldn't help but complain in his heart. "My old man, where did you come from? How could you offend such a powerful person? Uncle Wu and Uncle Nen used to be the top people in the world. But this man in front of me is probably 2 or 3 steps higher, right? You've got yourself into a big trouble. You've got yourself into trouble, but you've made your son suffer. But it's a little scary when I think about it. This old man and my old man used to be brothers? People say that powerful people have powerful friends. Doesn't that mean that my old man is powerful too? At least he's not worse than this old man. But it's not the time to think about it now. I have to figure it out later. Old Zuo, you're so powerful, but you didn't tell me. You've made my son suffer. However, the hatred between your father and I is something that I will never forget in my entire life." The old man took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "That bastard of a father of yours, he harmed my daughter." Zhuoxiao Duo felt a chill down his spine. Damn it. It turned out that his father had actually killed their daughter. This was not an ordinary hatred. No wonder he said it's unforgettable in this life. It's also unforgettable for anyone. "I won't make it difficult for you, and I won't kill you. But if you want to continue living, then you have to fight your way back from this boundary." The old man said lightly, "If you can fight your way back, you're tough enough. But if you can't, you'll die here. That's your fate. I only have one request, or rather, a restriction. You have to fight your way back step by step, and you can't fly more than 100 kilometers each time. During your return journey, I'll watch you from the sky and monitor you. If you cross the line, I won't beat you or scold you. I'll just throw you back to where you started." Zhuoxiao Duo was even more confused. What does this mean? "I'm doing this because I care about our past relationship. I don't have the heart to go too far." The old man snorted and said, "I won't kill you, but I won't help you either. I'll only monitor you. If you die, I'll collect your body so that your soul can return to its hometown. If you're lucky enough to survive, all the hatred will be written off. I'll also help your father train his son. After this long-distance battle, your cultivation and combat experience will increase to a considerable level. If you die, there will be no hatred or resentment between us. We'll write off everything. If you survive, your family's debt to this old man will be even greater." The old man's face was unprecedentedly calm. Every word was sonorous and firm. Zhuoxiao's heart stopped. His heart had already turned cold. What was there to think about? This old man had already made his words clear and thorough. He had reached the end of the road. To put it bluntly, he was originally a good friend. But later, for some reason, he harmed the other party's daughter and developed a grudge. But he couldn't let go of the past relationship, but he had to avenge his daughter. This old man with such a contradictory mentality wanted to settle the past grudges. That's all. This feeling seemed to be quite complicated, but it was actually very easy to understand. I won't kill you, but I'll throw you, the son of my enemy, into a wolf's den. If you can fight your way out of a den, that's your ability and luck. But if you're eaten by the wolf, that's my revenge and my wish will be fulfilled. How simple. As long as I use empathy to deduce, everything will be clear. However, such a simple thing that can be easily understood, can it not happen to me? I'm very innocent, okay? Zhuoxiaoduo said pitifully, what does the grudges of the older generation have to do with me? Grandpa Wu, I'm still a child. The old man's face suddenly twitched. Suddenly, his palm felt a little itchy again. He began to miss the round and thick feeling of someone's buttocks just now. Still a child, this sentence, I often hear. But this old man has lived for so many years. I'm almost a living fossil. This is the first time I've heard someone call himself that. That can't be helped. The old man nodded and said, who asked me to care about our relationship and not want to hit your father? I'm only left with the ability to bully a child like you. Let's discuss it again. Discuss what? This is a serious matter. We have to think about it at length. There's no need to think about it. Let's think about it again. Let's see if there's a way to get the best of both worlds. Old man, you've actually only lost a daughter. How about this? When I get married in the future, I'll give birth to a daughter and let her be your goddaughter. I'll also give you a daughter. This way we'll be relatives. We can even bury the hatchet. You can still enjoy the happiness of a family reunion. Zhuoxiaoduo desperately racked his brain, trying to think of a way to save himself. But when he said this, the old man suddenly flew into a rage. Go down. Get lost. With a shake of his hand, Zhuoxiaoduo fell from the clouds. Chapter 958. Zhuoxiaoduo was complaining in his heart. This old thing is really unreasonable. My idea is so good. It's obviously a win-win situation. Why did he have to disagree with me? You're throwing me down like this. I'm really going to suffer because of you. Below him, he could vaguely see a huge mountain. Damn it, this mountain. Looks like it's a monster. Zhuoxiaoduo knew that this was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Although he was caught off guard when he fell from the sky, he didn't even make a sound. Now is not the time for me to scream. Compared to the fear in his heart, his life is more important. It's too dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be done for. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and tried his best to land more gracefully, quietly, nimbly, and stealthily. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was full of resentment. I'm still a child. Why are you doing this to me? Too cruel. The moment Zhuoxiaoduo landed on the ground again, he had already planned it out. He already had a plan in mind. While he was in midair, he looked around and took in the surrounding landscape. He was currently in the border of a mountain forest. The moment he landed, he was like a feather. Not only did he land silently, but he also rushed to the middle of a few trees that he had already identified. His old comrade, the heavenly witch Copper Shovel, was the first thing he did. With a shovel, a large piece of soil was removed from its original position. Zhuoxiaoduo jumped down with a poof. With the flaming sun scripture in full force, Zhuoxiaoduo used his scorching heat to instantly evaporate the soil. He then dug a hole in the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had already moved more than 10 meters away. Even the tunnel that he had dug at the beginning was filled up with soil and stones. There were very few traces left behind. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. It was indescribably smooth and untraceable. Zhuoxiaoduo could clearly see that there was a troop of Umno Alliance troops nearby. Naturally, he didn't dare to be negligent. Right now, they were in the core area of the enemy's camp. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to disaster. Of course, they had to use all their skills. Safety was the most important thing, and his life was more important. As for my grand and noble image, there's no harm in ignoring it for the time being. After Zhuo escaped safely into the ground, he continued to dig for thousands of feet. The direction of his advance was random and disorderly, but he was at least deep into the ground. It was only when he entered the Tower of Annihilation that he felt a little safer. His pounding heart finally calmed down a little. I have just escaped from the tiger's den. However, he was still in a perilous situation that after all, the old man's cultivation and strength were too high. His eyesight and knowledge were several times better than others. Zhuo dared to say that the old man must have seen a space treasure like the Tower of Annihilation. He could even tell that the Tower of Annihilation was not an ordinary item at a glance. At most, he wouldn't have thought that there were other special treasures like the Earth Vein and Dragon Vein in the tower. If he wanted to appreciate it or wanted to increase the difficulty for himself by taking the tower away, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. This was the main reason why Zhuo didn't dare to reveal his trump card, the Tower of Annihilation. This was his life-saving measure. If it doesn't work, I'll find a place to cultivate for 100 or 2 years. I'll let you spy on me. High up in the sky, the old man watched Zhuo descend and even land on the ground. He couldn't help but nod secretly. He secretly thought that in the current situation, even if he were in Zhuo's shoes, he could at most do the same in order to minimize his movements and avoid being discovered by the enemy. Although he saw that Zhuo handled the situation well and was above his expectations, the old man didn't dare to relax at all. He quietly transformed into a faint cloud and floated in the sky. No matter how ruthless his words were, his real intention was still to train this kid so that he could adapt to the environment of the battlefield as soon as possible and improve his strength as soon as possible. But no matter what, he couldn't allow any accidents to happen. If something really happened to Zhuo, it would be easy to deal with Mr. Zhuo. But it would be impossible to get past his daughter. If it really came to that, the old man felt that he had no other choice but to hang himself, that therefore he had to protect him well. Along the way, the pressure he was under was far greater than Zhuo. It could even be said that the pressure he was under was more than 100 times greater. And he had to concentrate 100 times more. But this was for his grandson. No matter how tired the old man felt, he had to endure it. He had brought this out of his own initiative and caused this matter, so he had to deal with it completely. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Nothing must happen. Of course, the old man had absolute confidence in dealing with this matter. As long as I'm here, nothing is forbidden. Looking at the whole world, other than the Flood Witch and his eldest brother's son-in-law, there was at most Taoist lay. The rest were mediocre, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if the Umno Alliance's Great Fire which were to come face to face, they would at most be on par with him. Even if he and the Great Fire which were to really fight, it wouldn't be a problem to protect Zhuo's life. Fourth in the world. That's how awesome he was. He had the confidence to say that. Although Yu Xingqian, Taoist Feng, the Great Fire Witch, and the Golden-Scaled Wind Emperor were all unconvinced of his position as the fourth in the world, none of them had the ability to defeat him. Yes, he couldn't win against any of them. Everyone's strength was about the same. Even if they were to fight to the death, both sides would definitely suffer and perish together. But there was nothing wrong with everyone being equal to the fourth in the world. With such strength, wouldn't it be a huge joke if an accident happened just to protect one person? Not to mention, the various great witches of the Umno Alliance were in seclusion at this moment. Who am I afraid of? Who else? I'm Lei Changtian, demon ancestor. Awesome. In short, this was a huge opportunity for this kid. It all depended on whether he could grasp it and to what extent he could grasp it. Originally, after Zhuo landed, his aura disappeared after a short while. This was something that the old man didn't expect. But the old man wasn't too worried about this. Ever since this kid took out the earth hairdryer and that mysterious flame disappeared, he knew that this kid still had many secrets on him. So what if he disappeared? As long as the soul connection wasn't broken, he wasn't dead. As long as he wasn't dead, everything was fine. Moreover, that disappearance disappeared right after landing. It was impossible for him to die in such a short time that he probably used some special technique to hide. Judging from this kid's previous actions, it was normal for him to hide immediately. It had to be said that although this old man only interacted with Zhuoxiaoduo for a short while, his understanding of Zhuoxiaoduo's character was far better than many people who thought that they understood Zhuoxiaoduo very well. This was a wretched and shameless little thing, and he also had an infinite sense of despicableness. The kind of despicableness that he inherited from Zhuochangcheng. Zhuochangcheng, that despicable bastard. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. That how could the UMNO Alliance garrison on the ground turn a blind eye to something that fell from the sky in broad daylight, especially when it looked like a person? Naturally, they organized people to check the situation and see if something had happened. But when they came over, there was nothing that after checking the area over and over again, he could only find traces of the ground being turned over. Turn it over and see. The general faintly felt that something was wrong. He turned the ground over and continued to search, but he couldn't find anything. Strange, this is really strange. The general frowned and looked up for a long time. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, disperse." The doubts in his heart didn't disappear. He thought that this was already the UMNO Alliance's territory. If there was a spy who sneaked in, wouldn't that be too bold? But as soon as it landed, it disappeared without a trace. It was still. Very strange. But he paced around alone with his hands behind his back for a long time without finding anything. Finally, he left. Zhuoxiaoduo cultivated in the tower for almost a week. 3 or 4 hours had passed in the outside world. Only then did he dare to leave the tower to explore the outside world. It had to be mentioned that after a large amount of newly obtained Astral Soul's jade powder entered the tower, the ley lines from the Crown Prince's Academy were finally melted into a ball by Xiaolong. Now, the ley lines that completely belonged to the Demon League had transformed into an embryonic ley line that was 50 to 60 meters high and 700 meters long. Because of the laurel honey, the sword of Empress Envoy had also recovered a little. It was stabbed straight into the ground on the highest rock of the Demon League's earth vein. The entire sword was emitting a misty light, faintly exuding a sacred aura. Now, the vitality of the tower was getting stronger and stronger. The so-called self-created world was becoming more and more real. The Wahuang sword, which was at the highest point of the ley lines of the Demon League, seemed to have become the source of the scattered qi of heaven and earth, strengthening the ley lines of the Demon League. Xiaolong was working hard on the other side, absorbing the scattered qi. Xiao would occasionally run over to the Wahuang sword to help, and occasionally run over to Xiaolong to help. He was busy every day like a little fool. Although he was a helper, he offended both sides thoroughly. But he still enjoyed it. It was not enough to describe him as just a little fool. Bai and Jiao also appeared from time to time, but they were more inclined to cause trouble. The two little guys floated in the space. If they leaned a little towards one side, the absorption of qi would be much faster. If they leaned a little towards the other side, the absorption would be much faster. So as long as they came out and leaned towards one side, Xiaolong and the Wahuang sword would take advantage of the situation to absorb it. However, compared to the little dragon who could lower himself and shamelessly flatter the little dragon, the sword of Empress Envoy always maintained a high and mighty attitude, which made little White and little Jiao unable to stand it. "It's just a sword, what are you being so arrogant for? Let me tell you, your era has long passed. The current Jianghu has replaced the old with a new generation, but you still dare to act like a veteran." Chapter 959. Bai Bai and Jiao looked down on the Wahuang sword. If you still had your original strength that allowed you to look down on the universe, that would be fine too. If you put on airs, everyone would still kneel down and lick your boots. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength you used to have. Well, it should be said that you haven't recovered your previous strength. That therefore, Bai Bai and Jiao quickly joined forces with Xiaolong and suppressed the Wahuang sword. The sword of Empress Envoy felt extremely suffocated. What made it even more furious was that Xiao Xiao didn't even know which side she was on. Xiao Xiao didn't even know which side she was on. Moreover, he was more similar to Bai Bai and Jiao in his current state. Well, everyone was ignorant and shared the same bad habits. As a result, he followed behind little White and little Jiao every day, flying around happily. You are the seventh prince. What you are doing now is helping the enemy. Do you know that? If the Wahuang sword had eyes, it would have been furious. All in all, the Tower of Annihilation was steadily improving. As the realm energy of the Demon League was formed, it was still trying to merge with the original realm energy, even though there was a clear distinction between it and the realm energy. To be more specific, the realm energy was intertwined. Everyone was the same in essence, but on the surface, they still had to fight and compete with each other. That the realm energy of the astral souls was the current leader of the Tower of Annihilation. It was powerful and would only accept submission. It would never accept private collaboration. It was the time for it to be arrogant. Xiao Long was working on the two realms, trying to get them to work together as much as possible. Could this side take a small step back? Could this side take a big step back? Everything could be discussed. That the main reason why he was working so hard was that Xiao Long was also anxious. As long as these two realms were combined, the efficiency of the realm would double or even more. Now, 1 day outside was 2 months inside. After the fusion was successful, 1 day outside would be half a year inside. How could this gap be described with just the word big? Furthermore, as long as the two pieces fused together, the space of the Tower of Annihilation would truly be a world of its own. It gave birth to the first living purple chi that belonged to heaven and earth. When that happens, a brand new heavenly Tao will sprout. As long as it sprout, I, Xiao Long, will transform into the first creator dragon in the Great Thousand Universe since the beginning of time. Don't throw a tantrum, don't be arrogant. When it's time to lower your head, when it's time to submit, you should also compromise appropriately. It was a pity that Zhuo Duo, the actual owner of the tower, had no idea about the various open and covert struggles, cliques, alliances, and many other changes that took place in the tower. He only felt that there seemed to be wind in the Tower of Annihilation. But all he could sense was the east wind and the west wind. It kept blowing back and forth, either the east wind overpowering the west wind or the west wind overpowering the east wind. As a result, Zhuo hair fluttered left and right. When it fluttered left, it was naturally 46, and when it fluttered right, it was naturally 28. As it fluttered in the wind, his hair appeared to be in a very smooth state, which saved him the trouble of combing it. Zhuo Duo, who deeply felt that his own strength was insufficient and his cultivation base was shallow, worked hard to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. With painstaking efforts, he pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the cloud transformation realm and suppressed his vital essence 53 times. This was already a shocking number, even in the eyes of Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. But Zhuo Duo felt that he could suppress it another 3 times. But now, he was in the territory of the Umno Alliance. If he suppressed it to the limit and had no choice but to break through, he would have to go outside for a period of time to achieve the Heaven-Man connection. But that would be too risky. Therefore, Zhuo Duo decided to break through to the God-reigning realm after suppressing it to 55 times. Although it would not be the limit, it would still be a lot more than Yen Cat. Zhuo Duo had just exited the Tower of Annihilation and tiptoed forward for more than 10 miles. That the Umno Alliance's camp was just ahead. He had to try to go around it. This was his first attempt. He had to succeed. Otherwise, there would be no way back. As he got closer to the Umno Alliance's camp, Zhuo Duo became more and more tiptoed. All of a sudden, with a soft pa sound as the beginning, the rumbling sound continued to be heard. The mountain in front of Zhuo Duo suddenly collapsed. And it was rumbling all the way down. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Someone even shouted, and the sound shook the surroundings. "There's a spy!" Hundreds of people flew into the air and surrounded him. Zhuo Duo looked at the collapsed mountain with a dumbfounded expression. "Old man, it seems like you really have a grudge against my dad." The unforeseen event was, of course, the work of the old man. Since Zhuo Duo exited the Tower of Annihilation, the old man had sensed Zhuo Duo's reappearance at the first moment. After that, the old man saw the series of tiptoeing stealthily. Since it was an experience, how could the old man let Zhuo Duo pass so easily? Naturally, he had to make a noise and expose Zhuo Duo's whereabouts. Zhuo Duo didn't even have the time to curse before someone discovered him. "Over there. There's a spy." It's someone from the astral souls. A murderous aura suddenly rose. A figure had already closed in on Zhuoxiao Duo like lightning. A sword light, like a viper, was aimed at the vital point of his throat, full of murderous intent. Zhuoxiao Duo waved his hand, and the civet sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The two swords collided in an instant, and sparks flew. The man grunted and retreated, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. When the two swords collided, the sword in his hand was broken on the spot. At the same time, his internal organs were violently shaken and almost fell apart. Zhuoxiao Duo was stunned for a moment. The opponent was only a divine reigning warrior. With Zhuoxiao Duo's previous record, it was more than enough to kill the opponent with one strike. But as soon as they started fighting, the opponent was not only alert, but also quick to react. Knowing that he was no match for him, he stopped fighting and retreated. This divine reigning warrior was quite something, but Zhuoxiao Duo had already severely injured the opponent. Just as he was about to chase after him, the sound of metal blades cutting through the air came from all directions. The warriors of the Wizard Alliance cooperated with each other to the point of being extremely familiar with each other in battle. In a split second, Zhuoxiao Duo was already surrounded from all sides and was in a terrible situation where he was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Zhuoxiao Duo snorted coldly. He grabbed a bunch of small gourds in his hand, and then 8 of them wrapped around his body. With Zhuoxiao Duo's fear of death and the various trump cards he had prepared early on, how could he not have predicted that he would be surrounded from all sides by the enemy? Of course, he was prepared. Today was the day to test it. Although this military camp was in the territory of the UMNO Alliance, there were not too many strong martial artists stationed here. Most of the martial artists who surrounded him were in the nascent soul stage, and some even had the elixir stage. With their level, how could they withstand Zhuoxiao Duo's hidden weapons? Puff puff puff. Without exception, the gourds pierced through the heads of the 8 people who bore the brunt of the attack. Their bodies swayed a little before they fell and died. The moment Zhuoxiao Duo glanced at them, he had already judged the level of strength of the enemies. Although there were many of them, their combat power was mediocre. He immediately launched a counterattack. With a sweep of his sword chi, dozens of people were cut in half at the waist. Dozens of space rings fell into his hands at the same time. Zhuoxiao Duo was even more familiar with this kind of thing. Then, his body followed his sword. The majestic sword chi slowly circled around and caught up with the leading military officer who attacked at the beginning. It pierced through the back of his head and killed this god-reigning level master. Zhuoxiao Duo continued to charge outwards. There was no one in his hands who could withstand his attack. He rushed out like a hot knife through butter. In an instant he had already rushed hundreds of miles away. Although Zhuoxiao Duo's journey was smooth, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he was fully alert for the impending danger. Because at this moment, the military alarm of the UMNO Alliance had sounded all over the place. At least the surrounding thousands of miles had already been informed of the current situation. A spy from the astral souls has infiltrated. He is currently fleeing in the direction of the astral souls. He is probably escaping from the inland. He must have a lot of information that is unfavorable to us. We must intercept and kill him. This person is extremely ferocious. His cultivation level is high. A god-reigning level master died in his hands in 2 moves. Attention, all parties, intercept and kill this spy from the astral souls at all costs. Report again. Currently, 6-star alert. Those who intercept and kill him will be promoted by 1 level. Their family members will be given a 2-level relocation order. Their unit will be collectively rewarded. Location. 1 day later. Report, emergency report. The spy from the astral souls has gone berserk. His methods are extremely vicious and cruel. Level 1 promotion, 7-star alert. Those who intercept and kill him. 3 days later. Report. Level 9 promotion. No need to capture him alive. He must be killed. At all costs. Reward for success. At this point, the alert related to Zhuoxiao Duo had soared all the way to 9 stars. And this was already the highest alert level of the Umno Alliance. It had not appeared for many years. Now, such a high-level alert suddenly broke out. Immediately, many of the high-level warriors in the inland of the Umno Alliance were extremely excited. They were eager to give it a try. Of course, facing a target with the highest alert level would be dangerous. But as long as this 9-star alert was eliminated, the rewards would be unimaginably great. It had been many years since they had a chance to improve themselves. How could they miss it? No matter how dangerous the target was, could it be more dangerous than attacking the Sun Moon Pass? After all, it came from the Umno Alliance's own territory. No matter how big the risk was, it was still small in their own territory. At this time, Zhuoxiao Duo was running and fighting in the forest. So far, it had been 3 days and 3 nights. In these 3 days and 3 nights, he had spent his time running and fighting non-stop. It was also in these 3 days and 3 nights that he had killed more than 1,000 masters of the Umno Alliance. However, the warriors of the Umno Alliance were rushing over from all directions. Not only were there a sea of people, but their cultivation levels were also getting higher. At the beginning, Zhuoxiao Duo had destroyed all the enemies easily. But now, he was gradually feeling tired. Although it was not to the extent that it was difficult to deal with them, it was not as easy as before. Although he had the Tower of Annihilation and could hide in it at any time to avoid the attacks, Zhuoxiao Duo did not want to do so for the time being. Chapter 960. Zhuoxiao Duo knew this very well. Just like what the old man said, the current situation was indeed a crisis, but it was also a huge opportunity for him to greatly improve himself. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, even though he'd experienced life and death battles, when it came to a high-intensity battle like the one before him, where he was constantly walking on the edge of death and practically dancing on the tip of a blade, it was still the first time in his life that he'd encountered such an experience. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and persevered in fighting different enemies. He kept killing his opponents. The cat spirit sword had been stained with blood in the past few days. It was already 10 times more than what he had experienced before. Hunt. Hunt in the Wansong Mountains. This was the official statement from the Umno Alliance. For the masters of the Umno Alliance, the spy from the Astral Souls was already a dead man. Everything that was happening now was just a process. It was just a matter of time until the final conclusion. Even if this person's cultivation was high, what could he do? Facing the encirclement of the entire Umno Alliance, he would be killed in the end. It was absolutely inevitable. The other difference was who would kill this fellow in the end, and who would obtain this long-awaited honor of meritorious service. In a big city of the Umno Alliance. Sha Hai held a piece of information and walked into the inner courtyard excitedly. Big brother, are you here? In a quiet garden, there were dozens of young people. There were both men and women. They were talking and laughing with each other. It was a noisy atmosphere. This group of people was full of energy. They were handsome and tall. Obviously, they were all geniuses. However, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that the 40 to 50 young people actually had their own camps. They could be roughly divided into 3 groups, each led by 3 young people. One of them had a handsome face and a slightly thin body. His eyes were squinted all year round as if he could not open them. He gave people a friendly feeling. He did not have to make any expression. When he met people, they would feel that he was smiling. He always had a friendly look. It was actually a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The number of people gathered around him was also the largest. There were 27 or 28 men and women. The other leader was a young man who stood there like an unsheathed sword, emitting a sharp aura. His expression was cold. This person seemed to have never sat down and rarely moved around. The 7 or 8 men and women gathered around him were all cold and solemn. If one closed their eyes and relied on their senses to sense, it was not 7 or 8 people in front of them, but 7 or 8 unsheathed swords that were emitting a dense killing intent. The leader of the group was a young woman. She was not born with an outstanding beauty. In fact, she even looked a little chubby. Only this woman's actions were full of kindness, and the 15 to 16 people around her were all very quiet. Some were even holding handkerchiefs to embroider, and 2 men were each holding a novel and reading. As he read, he laughed foolishly again and again. Taking a closer look at the title of the book, A World Defying 9 Heavens. No wonder he was so immersed in it, it made sense. Big brother. Shanghai hurriedly rushed in, but when he saw so many people he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the cold young man slowly turned his head and his body. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, but his tone was a little impatient. What's the matter? Why are you making such a big fuss? But everyone could hear that he was actually not impatient. It was just that at this time, he should use an impatient tone, so he used an impatient tone. But in fact, in his heart, there was no fluctuation at all. The other 2 groups of people had the same reaction. They didn't even lift their eyelids. Shanghai didn't call him. He called him Big Brother, not Third Brother, and not Big Sister. Big Brother, avenge me. My biggest enemy has come to the Alliance. Shanghai's face was red. It's the number 1 genius of the astral souls, Zhuoxiao Duo, who can fight people 2 levels higher than him. This bastard, when we were in the nascent soul trial space. Shanghai's big brother, the cold young man, narrowed his eyes. Zhuoxiao Duo? He's here? On the other side, the squinting young man and the ordinary-looking young woman raised their heads at once when they heard this name. Zhuoxiao Duo? Is it really him? Yes, it's him, Shanghai said. Look at this newly issued 9-star alert. The person on it must be Zhuoxiao Duo. Look at this information, this intelligence report. Young man in his 20s, handsome, 89 meters tall, well-proportioned, wielding a sharp sword that can be described as a divine blade. He has countless hidden weapons in his hands, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. None of the hidden weapons missed. According to the investigation, the wounds of those who were killed by the hidden weapons were all fatal. As for those hidden weapons, they were just ordinary small white jade gourds. Vicious in his attacks, savage in nature. All of these are characteristics of Zhuoxiao Duo. That bastard is like this. The cold young man said indifferently, but how long has it been since Zhuoxiao Duo participated in the nascent soul trial with you? The information recorded here. Look, the strength of the person who made the report should be at the peak of the God reigning stage or the early stage of the profound returning stage. The cold young man said indifferently, it's only been a few months, and Zhuoxiao Duo has advanced from the nascent soul to the profound returning stage? Do you think I'll believe that? Or do you believe it? No. When Zhuoxiao Duo was at the nascent soul stage, he was invincible among his peers. Even if all of us joined forces, we still weren't his match. In other words, when he was at the nascent soul stage, his battle strength was no different from the peak of the cloud transformation stage. And not just any peak of the cloud transformation stage, but almost equivalent to the God reigning stage. After a few months of cultivation, his battle strength has increased to the peak of the God reigning stage, and even the profound returning stage. Although it sounds inconceivable, it's not absolutely impossible. The cold young man frowned and pondered. The ordinary-looking young woman said, Shaja, what Shanghai said is not without reason. The increase of some geniuses' battle strength can't be measured by common sense. It's not impossible to reach the heavens in a single step with a chance encounter. The cold young man Shaja nodded lightly. Yes, there's always something unexpected in this world. The smiling young man said, according to the information, this Zhuoxiao Duo is 18 years old. His current age should be 18 years old, less than a month old. Further information shows that he only started to have the talent to cultivate last year. If the person in this information is really him, the squinting young man said indifferently, then this person might be even more terrifying than Mo Yingfeng, who was assassinated by the demon monarch of the astral souls. Mo Yingfeng. This was the name of a legend belonging to the Alliance. Although he was only 22 years old when he died, he was still a legend. However, he was an out-and-out legend, a legend that was destined to become a myth. When Mo Yingfeng was born with a perfect soul, Almost everyone thought that he was the reincarnation of Zhu Wu. When Mo Yingfeng was 12 years old, he had already broken through to the nascent soul stage and suppressed his true yuan 17 times in the inner core stage. This was an unimaginable number that most people couldn't comprehend. After that, he continued to improve. When Mo Yingfeng was at the peak of the soul controlling stage, he wasn't at a disadvantage when facing ordinary Sky Soar Realm cultivators. He could even defeat them. When Mo Yingfeng was 22 years old, he used his soul controlling stage cultivation to suppress his true yuan 19 times to break through to the returning profound realm. At that time, this progress shocked the entire Umno Alliance. At that time, not to mention that Sky Soar Realm cultivators weren't allowed to make a move. Even if they sent out a Sky Soar Realm cultivator, they would most likely be killed by Mo Yingfeng. But at that time, the demon monarch of the astral souls, Lei Changtian, sent his 36 demon monarchs to infiltrate the Umno Alliance. No one expected that when Mo Yingfeng's grandfather was celebrating his birthday, when all the experts of the family were gathered, they would brazenly make a move. A total of 8 peak Sky Soar Realm demon monarchs made a move at the same time. They launched a sneak attack on the birthday banquet and killed this Wu people genius on the spot. At that time, this matter almost led to the final battle between the two continents. Even the Flood, which was furious and made a move. She fought with the demon monarch and killed all 36 demon monarchs of the astral souls. But no matter what, Mo Yingfeng was still dead. No matter how much of a genius he was, no matter how legendary he was, once he died, it would be difficult for him to become a legend. Since then, no one in the Wizard Alliance continent had been able to match Mo Yingfeng in terms of soul power, cultivation speed, and battle prowess that surpassed his cultivation level. He defeated a Sky Soar Realm cultivator at the age of 22. What kind of glorious battle record was this? Even after that, Lei Yizhen, who was highly praised by the Flood Witch, appeared. But when compared to Mo Yingfeng, Lei Yizhen was still a level lower. In fact, it wasn't just a level lower. Although everyone present looked young, they knew each other well. If one were to compare their actual age to an ordinary person, they would already be considered old. But first of all, they looked better this way. Second of all, their fathers all looked like they were in their 30s or 40s. If they looked old and gray-haired, how could they still look good? Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were just a bunch of young people who had just come of age. Shah's eyes narrowed. He said, "Shah Han, you mean? This Zhuo Duo is a big threat?" Shah Han narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It's not just big. If we want to deal with him, I suggest we use the incineration order." Shah pondered for a moment. He looked at the ordinary woman and said, "Sha Yu, what do you think?" Sha Yu said indifferently, "The incineration order is the most useful. Since Zhuo Duo has come to the Umno Alliance, we can't let him go back alive. And if we go and fight with him, there's a high possibility that we'll just be giving Zhuo Duo experience. No matter which one of us dies, it'll be a great loss to our family. But the incineration order is different. Those who use it will only self-destruct. They only want results. There won't be any battles." You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.